It begins with a blink in the dark. One moment you're drifting half awake in a warm bed. The next, you're standing on the deck of something ancient and creaking. Salt coats your lips. The air is heavy with mist, and the only thing louder than your breath is the steady clang of a lantern swaying above your head. There's no land in sight, just an infinite sheet of black water stretching out in every direction. Stars blink overhead like they're warning you this place doesn't play by your rules. You squint into the horizon, but something's off. The lighthouse, yes, that one way out there, is still flashing, except no one's lived there in over a century. You don't remember getting here. And heads up, you're probably not getting back. Yeah, you probably won't survive this, but let's be honest, neither did they. The ones who left ships with hot meals still on the table. The ones who vanished into fog that never lifted. The ones who floated back decades later frozen in place. Tonight we're setting sail into those stories. Not the campfire tales your uncle used to shout over barbecue, but documented bone-chilling cases pulled straight from naval logs, black box recordings, sonar radar, and sometimes static. True mysteries. From the Bermuda Triangle to a ghost ship stuck in Antarctic ice, we're going where the science stops and the questions begin. Some of these stories are creepy. Others, just quietly impossible. A few might lull you to sleep. Others will twist gently in your chest, like a rope tightening on a dock cleat. Either way, they'll follow you into your dreams like a foghorn in the distance. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Drop a comment with your location and local time. I want to know where we're drifting from tonight. And now turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise. And let's get started on tonight's journey together. You don't notice it at first. It's just a smudge on the horizon. Maybe a darker shadow against the fog. Maybe a shape that doesn't move with the waves the way it should. You stand on the deck squinting. The sea is calm, eerily so. There's no wind, just a low roll beneath your feet. Then it clicks the sails on that ship. They're up, but they're not catching anything. They're loose, like laundry on a line with no one to fold it. You shift your gaze. Still no movement, no one at the helm. No one working the rigging. You call out. Nothing answers but the lapping of waves. And that's when your stomach starts to drop because something's wrong, and you're the only one who seems to know it. This is exactly what Captain David Morehouse saw that morning in 1872 as he peered through his spyglass from the deck of the Dei Gratia, sailing the Atlantic like it was just another Tuesday. Morehouse was no amateur. He was a seasoned captain, and by a strange twist of fate, he actually knew the man captaining the ship ahead, Captain Benjamin Briggs, a friend. A man he had just shared dinner with in New York a few weeks prior. The ship was the Mary Celeste, a familiar merchant brigantine headed for Genoa. But now, here she was, 6 miles off the Dei Gratias. Starboard bow, drifting like a message in a bottle, silent, empty, and still alive. The Mary Celeste looked fine. Better than fine, actually. She was intact sails, mostly up and from afar. It seemed like she was just waiting for someone to wave back. But she didn't. Morehouse tried again, shouting across the water. Still nothing. No figure leaning over the rail. No crew scurrying about. The Atlantic isn't known for its hospitality, and ships don't just go for joyrides on their own. So Morehouse did what any experienced seaman would do. He sent a team to board it. The first mate, Oliver DeVoe, stepped onto the deck with two others. The moment their boots hit the wood, the stillness hit them back. Not silence. No silence is peaceful. This was that pregnant, suffocating kind of stillness. A ship that's been recently lived in, but now just isn't. They searched. No blood. No signs of panic. The captain's quarters were pristine. Captain Briggs's clothes hung neatly. His instruments undisturbed, his logbook open, as if he had stepped away just moments earlier. The last entry, 10 days old. Everything recorded as normal wind speed bearings, calm seas. Then they reached the galley, and that's when the wrongness solidified. Teacups still on the table, half-eaten bread on a cutting board. Breakfast was made, but never consumed. The cook didn't forget to turn off the stove. It just went cold, as if he planned to come back. In the crew's quarters, personal belongings sat untouched. Pipes, books, letters from home. The kinds of things sailors don't leave behind, not even in emergencies. It was as if everyone just vaporized. The lifeboat was missing. So was the sextant and chronometer. Maybe they'd left willingly. But why abandon a perfectly seaworthy vessel in the middle of nowhere with no storm, no fire, no damage, 9 barrels of alcohol? Industrial alcohol, not the drinking kind, had leaked or been tampered with. Maybe they feared an explosion, but there was no trace of burning, no panic, no disorder. Let's pause and imagine that moment. You're standing in a ship's hallway. You smell stale bread and salt. The ship is swaying gently. There's no chaos, no trail of footprints, no screams. Just a feeling thick in the air that something walked in and plucked an entire crew out of existence. Historians have tried to explain it away. Pirates, no sign of theft, mutiny. Captain Briggs had his wife and daughter aboard hardly mutiny material. Rogue wave unlikely, given the ship's intact condition. Alcohol fumes causing hallucinations. Maybe. But that doesn't explain why everyone left so methodically. The weirdest detail, the ship's log was missing the last 10 days. As if someone wanted to erase the final chapter. Morehouse and his crew sailed the Mary Celeste to Gibraltar for inspection. The British authorities didn't know what to make of it either. They suspected insurance fraud because what else could explain a ghost ship? But there was no motive. Nothing of value had been taken. So what happened? Here's one theory. A slow leak in the alcohol barrels created an overwhelming stench. Fearing an explosion, Briggs ordered an evacuation into the lifeboat just temporarily. But as they floated alongside the ship, A gust of wind or a snapped tow line sent the Mary Celeste sailing off without them leaving the crew to drift into the abyss. Possible. But then again, another theory whispers of something else. Something that terrified the crew, not just worried them. Something that drove them off their ship with urgency, but not enough panic to make a mess. That's the part people always come back to. The absence of violence. The eerie calm. There's also the wild theories, sea monsters, time rifts, alien abduction. And sure, they sound absurd until you realize no other explanation fits cleanly. The case was never solved. The Mary Celeste lived on for a while, sold and resold, but she never shook her haunted reputation. Eventually, she ran aground off Haiti and was finally lost to the sea for good. Maybe she'd done her job. Maybe she just wanted to rest, but the ocean remembers. And every so often, another ship turns up empty, sails up plates on the table, and no one aboard to say why. You tuck your hands into your coat and turn your eyes from the horizon, because the light's changing now. The sun's going down, and there's a shape out there. Just a smudge, you think. Probably nothing, but still, you keep watching. You don't expect anything strange. The air is sweet with spring, and the sea is calm, so calm, it's almost lazy. The kind of day where ships glide like swans across the water, where fishermen wave from bobbing boats, and the sky yawns open above you in soft, harmless blue. You're passing the English coast. The Isle of Wight rests just ahead, white cliffs catching the sun. Sheep graze in the fields oblivious. Everything is in a word perfect. And that's exactly when it happens. You see the ship first. A proud Navy frigate sails full masts, gleaming flags flying like it's on parade. The HMS Eurydice, fresh from the Caribbean, with 366 souls aboard and nothing but home on their minds. But in the next moment, the sky folds in on itself. It begins with a flicker, like someone turned down the brightness on the world. Then the temperature drops a full breath colder in the time it takes to blink. The water stiffens, no longer rippling, but shivering. Then comes the wind. A hard slap out of nowhere, like the sea suddenly remembered it was furious. From the shore, they watch helplessly. Families, sailors, even kids on picnic blankets. They all turn their eyes toward the water and see the Eurydice tip, hard to starboard her sails, flapping like startled birds. What they don't see is where the storm came from. Because there is no storm. Not anywhere else. Just here. Just her. What struck the Eurydice? On that March afternoon in 1878 wasn't a common squall or bad luck. It was something stranger, something focused, a freak weather event that seemed to target this one ship and no other. The records show wind speeds of over 60 miles per hour, but only within a very small radius. Nearby boats bobbed calmly, watching in disbelief as the Navy's Pride flipped on her side like a child's toy in a bathtub. The hail was next. Not your average drizzle or soft spring sleet. No, this was artillery egg-sized stones of ice crashing onto the deck with deafening force. The rigging snapped, the sails shredded, and then silence. Within 10 minutes, the HMS Eurydice had capsized and vanished into the Solent, leaving only 2 survivors out of 366. No distress signals, no time for lifeboats, just a ship, and everyone on it sucked beneath the surface with alarming speed. You'd think that's the end of the story, but that's when it gets weirder, because the Eurydice didn't stay gone. Soon after, sailors began reporting something peculiar on foggy days during rough weather. They'd see a 3-masted frigate cutting through the mist. No wake, no sound, just the Eurydice, gliding against the wind, fully rigged and fully impossible. Local fishermen called it the Phantom of the Solent. Royal Navy officers saw it. Merchant captains, too. The ghost ship always appeared in the same place often during storms and vanished just as quickly. Sometimes they swore they could see figures on the deck. Others saw the sails billowing despite no wind. By the time World War II rolled around, even coastal spotters claimed to see her. A silent warship from another time sailing straight into enemy waters, unnoticed by radar, invisible to everyone but the human eye. Then, in 1979, divers finally located the wreck. There she was lying on her side in 60 feet of water, well preserved, her gun still mounted, the crew's personal effects scattered like memories. It was real, all of it. The ship, the tragedy, the strange, eerie silence that followed. But the weather records still won't cooperate. According to surrounding meteorological stations, on the day of the disaster, there was no such storm. Light winds, fair skies, perfectly normal conditions. So how did this hyper-local squall form? How did it strike just the Eurydice with such force and precision, and then vanish without affecting anything else? Meteorologists have offered theories: microbursts, atmospheric inversion, rogue cold front. All terms that sound sciencey enough to be satisfying until you realize they don't quite fit. Because this wasn't just a case of freak weather. This was a targeted obliteration. And nature, generally speaking, doesn't do target practice. Some say it was a curse, that the ship had carried something back from the Caribbean that was never meant to leave. Others blame the Navy's overconfidence, believing a well-painted hull and shiny brass fittings could protect them from the sea's unpredictable temper. Historians still debate whether the squall was a meteorological anomaly or a spiritual one. One expert even suggested the Eurydice may have encountered a dead zone, a place where atmospheric pressure collapses like a cave-in, crushing wind and water together into one lethal moment. But the sea isn't offering any answers. The families, of course, were left shattered. Wives and sweethearts waited on the Portsmouth docks for men who never came home. Letters arrived weeks too late. Futures ended in silence, and still the ship appears. To some, she's a warning. To others, a protector. One story tells of a merchant vessel caught in a squall that saw the Eurydice ahead, sailing through impossible weather, leading them to safe harbor. They followed her, of course. What else could they do? And when they arrived, the phantom was gone. No name on the wind, no sign on the radar, just an old ship's bell tolling in the dark. Even now, divers return to the wreck. Some bring offerings. Others just hover in the water beside her, letting the silence wrap around them like a shroud. The ocean feels colder here. Time slows. Some say you can hear voices, distant watery ones, echoing from the deep. But the truth is, the Eurydice is just one name in a ledger the sea never stops writing. A ship that shouldn't have sunk. A crew that didn't have time to scream. A storm that never existed anywhere but here. So when you hear thunder on a clear day, or spot a warship that isn't on any map, don't wave. Don't call out. Just step back from the rail. Because some vessels don't rest easy, and some storms are never meant to pass. You hear it before you see it, a low hum deep in the bones of the sea. Not thunder, not engine noise. Just pressure vibrating through the water like something vast is stirring below. You check the horizon. Nothing. The sky is normal. The sea is quiet. And yet, that feeling again. Something's gone missing. Now imagine it's 1918. You're aboard a war-era cargo vessel, one of the largest the U.S. Navy has ever commissioned. Over 500 feet long, loaded with manganese ore, a vital ingredient in wartime steel production. There are over 300 people aboard. Sailors, engineers, even a few passengers, all headed north from Barbados to Baltimore. The ship, USS Cyclops. Her mission, strategic routine, and entirely uneventful. Until it isn't. The Cyclops sails into calm waters and never sails out. No distress call, no survivors, no debris, just silence, and a ship that vanishes like breath into fog. This wasn't some tiny schooner you could lose in a squall. This was an industrial fortress of steel and cargo, displacing nearly 20,000 tons, with enough hull integrity to survive rough Atlantic crossings. She was built for storms, outfitted for war, and steered by professionals. And she still disappeared. The Navy launched one of the most extensive search operations in its history. Dozens of vessels combed the ocean between Barbados and the eastern seaboard. Hundreds of messages were sent. Nothing was found. Not a life ring. Not a hatch. Not a single human hair. The official Navy report called it an act of God, which is military speak for we have no idea. Now here's where it gets strange. The route. Cyclops took Barbados to Baltimore slices right through a part of the ocean you've definitely heard of, the Bermuda Triangle. And sure, say what you want about pop mystery nonsense, but the facts don't lie. That region has a habit of swallowing vessels whole. Planes, submarines, tankers, and Cyclops is the triangle's crowning jewel. If it were just this one ship, you could write it off. But Cyclops had two sister ships, USS Proteus and USS Nereus. Guess what? They vanished too. Same model, same cargo, same general region. Gone. No wreckage, no signals. Three giants erased like chalk marks in the rain. Now, the Navy had theories. Of course they did. Structural failure. Maybe the manganese shifted mid-voyage, destabilizing the ship and capsizing it. But then again, she was built to carry exactly that kind of load. And surely, a few of the 306 souls aboard would have managed to escape. Unless they didn't have time. Another theory: sabotage. It was 1918 after all, and Captain George W. Worley had a German background. Some suspected he might have been a secret agent steering the ship into the hands of the enemy. Problem is, no evidence ever surfaced. And even if he had scuttled the ship, you'd expect some sign of a blast oil slick's wreckage. Something. Anything. But no, the sea gave nothing back. Some have proposed electromagnetic anomalies, pockets of magnetic turbulence in the ocean that mess with compasses and radios. Others point to methane hydrate eruptions, huge gas bubbles from the seafloor that in theory could reduce water density and sink even massive vessels in seconds. No warning. No survivors. No trace. Neat theory. But here's the twist. Nothing like that was recorded that day. No storms. No geological events. No sonar disruptions. Just another clear sky afternoon. Another easy sailing day. Another opportunity for the sea to remind us who's really in charge. And then there's the weird stuff. Folks have whispered about phantom lights in the sky. Radar anomalies that weren't even invented yet. Atlantean ruins giving off pulses that fry electronics. Portals to other dimensions. Sure, it sounds ridiculous. But ridiculous doesn't seem to bother the ocean. One more wrinkle. A modern sonar sweep of the ocean floor along Cyclops. Expected path revealed dozens of shipwrecks, but none even remotely close to her size or shape. It's as if she never left Barbados. Like she simply stopped existing. The more you look, the more the mystery tightens like a net. If the ship had broken apart, there would be a trail. If there had been mutiny, someone would have talked. If there was weather, it would have shown up in every logbook between the Caribbean and Maryland. But there was nothing. Just a long, open stretch of ocean and a silence that stretches on even now, over a century later. It gets worse when you read the logs of other captains who sailed that same route around the same time. Some reported strange static in their radios. Others logged compass swings of 90 degrees or more without explanation. One ship's crew said they heard Morse code coming through the static, but the rhythm didn't match any known signal. It was off. Like someone was trying to talk from a place that didn't quite speak human anymore. And then there's the human part, because each person aboard that ship had a name, a story, a future. Naval officers on rotation, engineers just trying to get home, the U.S. Consul General from Barbados. None of them were spies or criminals or secret agents, just people. Caught in a moment the world wasn't ready to explain. Their families waited for news. A telegram, a letter, a washed-up lifeboat. But none came. The waiting turned into weeks, then years, then silence, grief with no body, mourning without a grave. The Navy quietly closed the case, lost with all hands. The final report was one paragraph long, but the story never really ended. Every few years, someone hears something. An underwater ping, a sonar echo where there shouldn't be one. In 2006, a private expedition claimed they had located something metallic and enormous off the coast of St. Thomas, but the data was corrupted before analysis. The company folded soon after. The Bermuda Triangle doesn't always give us monsters or lights in the sky. Sometimes its cruelest trick is subtraction, the quiet erasure of something vast. A ship too big to fail, a crew too seasoned to slip up, and yet gone. If you stand on the deck of a ship today, in that same stretch of water, you might feel it. That invisible heaviness, the way the horizon narrows just a little, like something's watching, like something's listening, like something's waiting. You might even feel the hum, that low-frequency vibration in the soles of your feet, as if the sea remembers, as if it's whispering the name of a ship it took, but hasn't quite finished with. Cyclops, not a myth, not a story, a fact, and one the ocean refuses to explain. It starts with wind, not howling or dramatic, just steady, sharp, and cold enough to bite. The kind of wind that skims the surface of the Antarctic Ocean, dragging fine powder across an endless white nothing. In the distance, you see a shape. It's dark, unnatural, sticking up through the ice like a memory someone tried to bury but failed to hide. It's a ship, frozen in place, like a tombstone with sails. This is the legend of the Jenny. The story begins in 1840, when the British whaling ship Hope was making her way through the Drake Passage, one of the roughest, most desolate waterways on Earth. Between the biting cold and the creaking of the hull, every day felt like a fight for survival. But one morning, amid walls of glacial ice and a sky that looked like it had forgotten how to be blue, the crew spotted something strange. A schooner, small, completely encased in ice. Its masts were still upright. Its rigging swayed gently in the breeze, even though it was frozen solid from bow to stern. Painted on the stern was a single name, Jenny. As the Hope drew closer, the silence grew heavier. No signs of movement, no smoke from the chimney, no birds, just stillness. The crew of the Hope boarded her cautiously, stomping across an icy deck that sounded more like stone than wood. What they found inside would follow them for the rest of their lives. The crew of the Jenny was still aboard, frozen, preserved by cold so pure and unbroken that it seemed to halt time itself. The cook was found in the galley, a spoon still clutched in his stiff hand, a pot frozen solid beside him. Sailors lay in their bunks, faces peaceful, as if they had simply fallen asleep. Others were found on the deck mid-task, some reaching for ropes, one with a hand resting on the wheel. Not panicked, just stopped. In the captain's quarters, the scene was even more unsettling. Captain Brighton of the Hope entered the cabin and found Jenny's captain sitting at his desk, bent over his logbook. A pen was frozen in his hand. The ink had frozen halfway through a final sentence. It read, May 4th, 1823. No food for 71 days. I am the only one left alive. Let that sink in. 17 years had passed since that entry. And yet here the Jenny sat frozen intact and utterly lifeless. She had become a time capsule of desperation, a crypt floating in a white abyss. The Hope's crew took the logbook some personal effects and left the ship. They had no choice. Weather conditions were worsening, and staying longer might mean joining Jenny's eternal crew. When they returned to civilization, they shared what they'd seen. For a time, the maritime world was consumed by the tale, and then it became a legend. Now here's where the fog rolls in figuratively and literally. Skeptics argue that there's no official record of a ship named Jenny disappearing in Antarctic waters during that time. Shipping logs from the 1820s contain no mention of such a vessel. The British Admiralty has no record. Insurance companies who tracked every plank of wood that went to sea show no missing schooner by that name. That's not to say ships didn't disappear. They did. Constantly. But Jenny, officially, she didn't exist. But you've heard this story before, haven't you? Something appears out of nowhere, defies science, breaks every rule, and then the evidence disappears, or never existed in the first place. Dr. James Morrison, a maritime historian who spent decades studying 19th century ship movements, has found no verified records of Jenny. No cargo manifests, no survivor accounts, nothing to authenticate the crew or confirm the date of departure. So is it all fiction? Not so fast. Because there's one more wrinkle. Multiple accounts from the era corroborate the Hope's alleged discovery. Details differ slightly, but the core is always the same. A frozen ship, a dead crew, a final logbook entry written by the last man alive, and science. Well, even science stutters here. You'd think 17 years trapped in Antarctic ice would reduce a ship to splinters. But the region's climate is complicated. Extremely cold, yes, but also incredibly stable in places. Low humidity, little direct sun. Under the right conditions, organic material can be preserved almost indefinitely. We've pulled ancient, near-perfectly preserved bodies from permafrost in Siberia and Alaska. Some with clothing still intact. Some with facial features still visible. Dr. Elizabeth Hartwell, a forensic anthropologist, points out that the scenario is extreme but not impossible. If the Jenny had been caught in stable ice far from the coast and never thawed, sure, you might find what they describe. And while the Jenny herself has never been seen again, satellite surveys and sonar mapping of Antarctica have revealed dozens of anomalies, structures beneath the ice that could be ships. Entire fleets, maybe, but they're deep and expensive to reach and dangerous. You might wonder why anyone would make this story up. What's to gain? There were no book deals in 1840, no viral TikTok posts, just word of mouth and maritime gazettes. But there is a theory, one even less comforting than ghost ships and frozen bodies, that the Jenny legend was never meant to deceive. It was a warning, a whispered tale for sailors who dared venture too far south. A story with all the right ingredients to keep you cautious: hunger, cold, isolation, and the unshakable thought that you could die so slowly and so quietly that your bones might freeze before anyone even knows you're missing. Because here's the truth. Even today, ships go missing in polar waters. Radio signals vanish. Coordinates go quiet. Recovery becomes impossible. The weather changes in minutes. The ice shifts like tectonic plates. And the deeper you go into those latitudes, the less Earth feels like Earth. So maybe Jenny isn't one ship. Maybe she's every ship, every vessel that never came back, every logbook that ended in a half-written sentence, every sailor who saw the fog roll in and never saw anything again. If you're ever on the edge of that ice where the water turns black and the wind forgets its own name, listen carefully. Some crews say they've heard voices, whispered fragments in Old German or Dutch, drifting out across the frozen silence. Some claim to see sails just for a moment through the white curtain, and some don't see anything at all, but they remember the cold. They always remember the cold. You stand on a narrow slab of rock soaked by wind salt and the eerie shriek of gulls that circle without purpose. The Flannon Isles are bleak, just a cluster of craggy outcrops off the coast of Scotland way out, where the waves don't even try to pretend they'll play nice. These aren't postcard cliffs. This is the kind of place that feels haunted, even on a sunny day, if you're lucky enough to get one. And at the center of it, all the lighthouse, tall, proud, and silent. Its beam still swings across the ocean at night like a lonely eye scanning for ghosts. It does this automatically now, of course. Technology took over a long time ago. But in 1900, there were 3 men inside that tower, watching that light, keeping the ship safe from ruin. Until one night they simply vanished. Let's go back. December 15th, 1900. Thomas Marshall, James Duckett, and Donald MacArthur. 3 men seasoned and sturdy lived in that lighthouse. They had their routines. 1 man on duty, 1 resting, 1 on standby. Everything was logged with almost obsessive precision: wind direction barometer readings, times the lamp was checked. No drama, no hint of stress, just lighthouse life. A life of isolation, yes, but also order. Predictable, steady. You don't work a job like this if you don't have a deep respect for rhythm. That night, the final log entry was made at 9 p.m. Gale, north by northwest, sea lapping. Lapping. That word alone has kept researchers up at night. Because here's the thing, seas don't lap at the Flannon Isles. They crash. They roar. They slam themselves against the cliff faces like they're trying to climb the rocks and eat the lighthouse whole. If the sea was merely lapping, that would be weirdly calm for this location. But then nothing, no more entries. And when the supply ship, Hesperus, arrived 11 days later on December 26th, expecting the keepers to greet them at the landing platform, there was no one, no sign of the men, no response to the ship's horn, no movement in the tower. Relief keeper Joseph Moore made the climb himself, up the narrow, slippery stone path, his boots scraping against rock, polished smooth by centuries of waves. The air thick with silence, the lighthouse door was locked. Inside, everything was in order. The lamp had been refueled. Beds were unmade, meals half prepped. A single overturned chair, like someone had stood up too fast. All their oilskins were hanging on the hooks except one. That meant at least one man had gone outside in storm conditions alone, which is against every rule of lighthouse keeping. Further inspection revealed the western landing platform, where the men would sometimes work or secure equipment, was a wreck. Iron railings twisted, concrete steps cracked. A storage box weighing over a ton had been dislodged and thrown yards from its place. Whatever hit that landing wasn't just a wave. It was something. Now remember, this is 1900. There were no radios, no emergency beacons. If something went wrong, all you had was your flare rockets. But none had been fired. The logs made no mention of any danger. It's like they stepped outside and disappeared. The Northern Lighthouse Board sent investigator Robert Muirhead to piece things together. He examined every inch of the tower. His conclusion: the men were likely swept away by a rogue wave while trying to secure gear outside during a storm. Case closed. Except no, because even if one man went out to inspect the damage, why would all three leave the tower? Basic procedure says one always stays inside. Even if the other two are tangled in seaweed or clinging to the rocks, the last keeper should have remained. But there was no one, and that last log entry, it didn't reflect panic. It wasn't cut short. It was calm, professional, routine. And then nothing. But the mystery doesn't stop at wave physics and missing coats. In 1971, during renovation work on the now automated lighthouse, a sealed metal box was discovered hidden behind a wall panel. Inside were scraps of handwritten notes, rough drafts, torn logbook pages never entered into the official records. The handwriting became increasingly shaky, erratic. mentions of lights in the sea, voices from the rocks. One note read cryptically, "The sea is speaking now. It calls our names." The ink had run, but the words remained. Were they hallucinating? Some kind of cabin fever? Three men, isolated on a rock in the Atlantic, finally losing their grip. Psychological profiles say no. All three had spotless records. Experienced, healthy, no signs of paranoia. And most crucially, whatever happened, it happened quickly. There was no time for spiraling madness, and yet, local fishermen had warned of this place for generations. They called it the Seven Hunters. Said spirits walked these rocks in storm weather, that you could hear laughter in the wind when the sea turned black. Not friendly laughter, something else. Like being mocked. Like something down there knew you and was waiting. One tale told of a crew passing the Isles just weeks before the incident. They claimed to see figures outside the lighthouse at night, figures that weren't moving quite right, figures standing still in the rain, staring back. Even today, the lighthouse has problems. Automated systems fail more often than they should. Technicians report static interference on radios, especially during storms. Some say they've seen the door open when they arrive, despite it being sealed from the inside. A few swear they've seen shapes on the upper gallery at night. When they go to investigate nothing, one helicopter pilot refuses to fly near the place at night. It feels wrong, he says. Like the air doesn't move the way it should, but the lighthouse still shines. The beam still swings. That cold mechanical eye still scans the dark sea, watching, maybe waiting for what no one knows. Maybe they fell. Maybe a wave hit harder than expected. Maybe something ancient and tired reached up from the depths and whispered all their names in just the right order. We'll never know. But if you ever find yourself sailing past the Flannon Isles on a winter's night, don't look up at the tower. Don't try to spot the light. Don't listen too hard. And above all, if the sea calls your name, don't answer. You're tuning the radio. The night is calm, the sea beneath you steady, almost polite. Just that low hum of the ship's engine and the soft crackle of static in your ears. But then there it is, a signal, clear, urgent in Morse code. Your skin prickles as you decode it slowly. All officers, including captain, are dead. Chart room and bridge. Crew dead. Another pause. I die. Then silence. No ship name. No position. Just the message and that bone-deep sense that whatever sent it isn't alive anymore. It's 1947, and multiple ships across the Strait of Malacca receive the same transmission. It's from a ship identifying herself as the SS Ourang Medan, a Dutch freighter, and she's dying. One vessel, the Silver Star, responds. They spot the Ourang Medan drifting in calm waters, not a scratch on her hull. No smoke. No damage. She looks from a distance just empty. But something feels off, and the closer they get, the stronger it builds. That kind of wrongness you feel in your stomach before your brain catches up. A boarding party is sent. What they find is worse than they imagined. The entire crew is dead. Bodies lie sprawled across the decks, arms frozen in defensive positions, eyes wide, mouths agape in perfect horror. They're not decomposed. They're not bloated. They're preserved, still stiff, despite the tropical heat. The ship's dog is dead too, teeth bared mid-snarl. Below deck, it's the same. The engineer slumped against a bulkhead. A radio operator with one hand on the key. All of them staring at something that isn't there anymore. There's no sign of violence. No gunshots. No stab wounds. No blood. Just the same expression on every face, as if they'd all seen something so unspeakable it killed them where they stood. The team decides to tow the Ourang Medan back to port. They don't get the chance. Within minutes, smoke begins to rise from the cargo hold. Then fire. The boarding party barely makes it back to the Silver Star before an explosion rips through the Ourang Medan, splitting her open and sending her to the bottom of the strait, gone like she was never there. Now pause here for a second. That's the story, at least the one that's been told and retold in maritime circles for over 75 years. But this one's slippery because the records, they're incomplete. The Ourang Medan doesn't appear in Dutch shipping registries. Lloyd's of London, the go-to insurance record keepers of the seas, have nothing. No shipping log. No ownership. No dock record. No cargo manifest. It's as if the ship never existed. The Silver Star. That's where things get murkier. There was a Silver Star, but its records show no rescue operations near Malacca in 1947. No entries of boarding a ghost ship. No reports filed. So is it all a myth? Maybe, maybe not, because the story doesn't die. Every decade or so, a new version surfaces. Some with more details, others stripped down to just the transmission and the explosion. But always, always, that same final line, I die. One theory suggests the ship was carrying illegal or experimental chemical weapons, possibly nerve agents left over from World War II. A leak could have killed the crew with frightening speed, leaving no physical wounds. But that doesn't explain the preserved expressions or the simultaneous deaths of everyone on board, including the rats. Another theory involves carbon monoxide poisoning. A malfunctioning engine could have flooded the ship with toxic fumes. Again, technically plausible, but that eerie, identical look of terror across every face that's harder to explain. Then there's the theory no one likes to talk about, that the Ourang Medan was carrying something supernatural, something ancient an artifact, a presence, something that didn't want to be transported and made sure it wasn't. Folklore from the region, whispers of sea spirits, forces that protect the boundary between land and ocean. Violate their space, and you're gone. No warning, no mercy, just gone. And maybe the Ourang Medan did. Maybe it carried something it shouldn't have. In 1952, an article appeared in Proceedings of the Merchant Marine Council, summarizing the incident in unnervingly clinical detail. That piece was later retracted, all copies pulled, no official explanation given. Why? What about the explosion? Salvage crews later speculated that the ship's hold contained nitroglycerin or potassium cyanide substances that could detonate if exposed to seawater or heat. That could explain the sudden fire, but not why the ship wasn't declared dangerous. Not why no one officially owned it. Not why it had no flag. And then there's the sea's habit of covering its tracks. No wreckage has ever been found. No floating debris, no lifeboats, just sonar scans of the strait, and that same blank spot where she should be. But what chills most is the timing. The distress signal came through perfectly. Clean Morse code. Steady transmission. Yet the ship was already a tomb when it was received. Who was tapping out that message? Some say it was the last man alive, the radio operator holding on just long enough to punch out a cry for help before death claimed him too. Others believe it was something else. An echo. A playback. Like the ship itself was trying to scream. Even today, shipping lanes avoid the coordinates associated with the Ourang Medan. Not officially, of course. But captains talk. Deckhands whisper. And if you radio out into the dark in just the right part of the strait, some say you'll hear it. A faint clicking in Morse. Slow. Hollow. Repeating. I die. Over and over. Like it's still happening. Like it never stopped. So if you ever find yourself in those waters, listening to static under a starless sky, and you hear a ghost tapping out its final words, don't answer. Don't go looking, because what took them may still be out there, and it's not finished. It runs aground like it's been parked there on purpose, sails furled, masts straight, hull untouched by fire or cannon. You're on the shore of Diamond Shoals, that infamous stretch off Cape Hatteras, where so many ships have met their end, they call it the graveyard of the Atlantic. And here in January of 1921 lies the Carroll A. Deering, a majestic 5-masted schooner, abandoned perfectly intact and deeply unsettling. The life-saving service arrives first. From a distance, they expect disaster, a storm-damaged hull, maybe wounded survivors. But as they draw close, it's clear something else has happened here. The sails are up. The rigging is crisp. But there's no movement aboard. No flags, No signals, no crew. The silence is wrong. It takes days to board her. The sea is wild that week, like it's guarding her. Finally, on February 4th, a Coast Guard team makes it up the side of the ship. And what they find is a mystery in stages. First, the obvious. Every single person on board, 11 crewmen, is gone. Not dead. Not hiding. Not below deck. Gone. No blood. No struggle. No distress calls. Second, the ship itself is nearly perfect. The galley stove is still warm. A meal appears half prepared, like someone stepped away mid-recipe. Cups sit on the table. The logbook is missing, but not torn away, just absent. The captain's cabin has been ransacked, but it's unclear by whom. No valuables. No navigation tools. No lifeboats. Just a well-kept ship, with no one steering her. Even the ship's cat is gone. Now here's the part that makes your scalp itch. A few days earlier, the Deering was sighted by another ship, the Hewitt. Someone hailed them from the Deering's deck, shouting that the schooner had lost her anchors and needed help. But the man doing the shouting, he didn't look like a crew member. He wasn't in uniform. And he had a strange accent, one the Hewitt's captain couldn't place. Odd, but not enough to raise alarms. Then the Deering sails on and drifts seemingly unguided into the shoals. The Coast Guard opens a full investigation. After all, this isn't a one-off. The Carol A. Deering was part of a larger convoy. She had delivered her cargo of coal to Rio de Janeiro and was returning home. Her original captain had fallen ill and been replaced by Captain Wawindau B. Wormel, an experienced sailor. But shortly before departure, there had been tension. The new captain didn't get along with his first mate. Witnesses on shore recalled arguments. Mutiny was whispered, but no one knows. Because the ship is empty, and the mystery deepens when other ships in the area begin reporting strange encounters. The Lake Francis. A freighter passes a schooner resembling the Deering and sees only a few figures on deck, too few for proper sailing. The Carol A. Deering was a complex ship. It took a full crew to manage her. But these sightings, they're all the same, too quiet, too empty, drifting just enough to stay out of reach. Then there are the storm reports. That same week, a series of brutal gales tore up the East Coast winds so strong they drowned radio signals and slammed small boats like toys. Could the crew have been swept overboard? Maybe. But then why weren't there signs of distress? Why take the time to make breakfast? Even stranger, over the following weeks, bottles begin washing ashore with messages inside supposedly written by crew members of the Deering. One says the ship is being hijacked. Another claims the men are being held hostage. But handwriting experts aren't convinced. Some of the notes look forged. Some seem staged. Hoaxes, diversions, or desperate truth too wild to believe. There's a theory that pirates were involved, yes, pirates, in the 20th century. Smugglers, running operations during the Prohibition era, could have hijacked the Deering. taken what they needed, and dumped the crew. It would explain the missing gear, the lifeboats, the chaos in the captain's quarters. But pirates usually don't leave ships so clean. Another theory claims mutiny. The first mate leads a rebellion, dumps the captain, and tries to steer the ship home. But something goes wrong. The ship runs aground, and the mutineers flee. Maybe they die at sea. Maybe they vanish into new lives. But mutiny leaves a mess. This doesn't. And then, of course, there's the Bermuda Triangle. Technically, we're not in the triangle, but we're close enough for its shadow to stretch this far. And the Deering is far from the only mystery here. You see, she was one of 9 vessels that vanished or were found adrift under bizarre circumstances in the same region and same time frame. A Brazilian freighter, a U.S. Navy ship, a commercial barge. One ship disappeared from radio contact mid-sentence. Another was found, circling aimlessly, its crew gone, its logbook blank. It wasn't a shipwreck. It was a pattern. And the Carol A. Deering was the most famous of them all. Years later, the schooner was towed and dismantled. No further clues were discovered in her battered timbers. No lifeboats were found. No graves were dug. She was sold for scrap, reduced to planks and metal. But her story, that stayed afloat. In maritime circles, they still talk about her. The ghost schooner with breakfast on the stove and no hands at the helm. In folklore, she sails on, appearing in fog, banks her masts, glowing faintly under moonlight, her decks still empty. Sometimes she's seen off the Carolina coast, other times further north. Always adrift, always quiet, and always empty. So if you ever hear a shout from the water, a man calling for help in a voice that doesn't match the face, be careful. If you spot a schooner drifting just a bit too perfectly in stormy waters, maybe keep your distance, because some ships don't want to be found, and some crews were never meant to be saved. The Arctic doesn't bury things, it preserves them. The cold isn't just cold up here, it's forever. It locks things in ice the way museums lock things in glass. And floating through that endless frozen museum, there's one exhibit that no one curated, and no one can catch a ship called the Baychimo. She wasn't supposed to be a legend. She started her life modestly built in Sweden in 1914, designed for the Hudson's Bay Company to haul goods in and out of the Arctic. Her steel hull was reinforced to handle light ice. Her mission was practical. Bring furs south. Bring supplies north. Rinse and repeat. For 15 years, that's exactly what she did. Then one winter, in 1931, the ice came early, as it does, without invitation or apology. The Baychimo got trapped near Barrow, Alaska. Not ideal, but not unheard of. The crew hunkered down, waiting for the thaw. That's what Arctic sailors do. Except the thaw didn't come. Instead, the company evacuated most of the crew by aircraft, a rare luxury in those days, leaving a skeleton crew to watch over the trapped ship. They camped nearby on the ice itself, a shivering tent city beside a frozen steel giant. Then the storm hit, a brutal whiteout. When it cleared, the Baychimo was gone, vanished, disappeared like a magician's trick. The crew assumed she'd sunk. The ice must have crushed her, they thought. That was it. End of voyage. They packed up, prepared their final reports, mourned the loss. But 3 days later, someone spotted her drifting nearby, still trapped in ice, still afloat, like she just needed some space. They boarded her again. She was still intact, still holding cargo, still entirely stubbornly seaworthy. And that's when the decision was made. They left her. Too dangerous to try again, they said. Let the Baychimo go. And that's when her real story began. Over the next 38 years, she was spotted again, and again, and again. A ghost ship, the Baychimo, still adrift in Arctic waters, always refusing to die. She became part of Inuit folklore. Hunters saw her through fog wedged in ice 1 month, free the next. Dogs barked at her silhouette. Some claimed to see lights flickering inside. She was boarded several times. Salvagers, researchers, even the occasional curious explorer, made it onto her deck. They found her eerily preserved. Cargo still in place. Machinery rusted but recognizably intact. No crew, no animals, just cold silence and steel. In 1933, a group of Inuit boarded her and found her surprisingly stable. In 1939, a team of explorers tried to salvage her, weather stopped them. In the 1950s, she was seen sailing freely unmoored, like she still had business to attend to. She became a floating contradiction. Too far gone to save. Too alive to sink. And then 1969, the last confirmed sighting. Near the Beaufort Sea, trapped once more in shifting ice. A group of local Inuit hunters spotted her again. Still holding, still watching, still refusing to go under. After that, nothing. Not a trace. Satellite images have turned up nothing definitive. Underwater scans show wrecks, but not hers. She remains unclaimed, unburied, and possibly still afloat somewhere beyond the reach of searchlights. So what keeps a ship alive that long? Ice should have crushed her decades ago. Storms should have dragged her under. Salvagers should have stripped her. But none of that happened. Some say her reinforced hull was just that good, built better than expected. Others suggest she was carried by just the right currents, protected by coincidence and luck. But we know the Arctic. It doesn't care about engineering or luck. It eats ships, except this one. And the weirdness doesn't stop with physics. There's a story, unverified, of course, of a crew who boarded her in the 1940s and heard footsteps below deck. They called out. No answer. Just faint movement. When they investigated, they found nothing. But the movement continued. Always below. Always just one room away. They left quickly. Another tale comes from the 1950s when a Coast Guard icebreaker spotted her adrift. The crew logged the sighting, but by the time they turned around to investigate, the Baychimo had vanished into the fog. The crew swore they hadn't taken their eyes off her. She was just gone. It's easy to dismiss stories like these. Easy to roll your eyes. But consider this: hundreds of ships go missing at sea. Almost none come back. The Baychimo did, over and over again, long after anyone expected her to, long after anyone tried to claim her. And even now, some believe she's still out there, that she's frozen into some remote corner of the Arctic, or drifting slowly along a hidden current, her rusted frame holding firm against the odds, waiting to be seen again. The Canadian government once launched a search program to find her. They never did. Some said the ice had finally won. Others weren't so sure, because when something disappears in the Arctic, it's not necessarily lost. It's just sleeping. In 2006, a researcher named Dr. Sarah Chen proposed a new theory. She believes that long-lost vessels like the Baychimo could be mapped by tracking changes in sea ice patterns and drift cycles. But even with GPS sonar and satellite imaging, the Arctic has a way of keeping its secrets. And the Baychimo, she may be one of them. Maybe she really is gone now, sunk quietly, swallowed by shifting flows. Maybe her bones lie somewhere beneath miles of white silence. But then again, maybe she's still moving, patient, slow, not gone, just biding her time. And if you're ever on an Arctic research vessel and you spot a dark shape through the fog, something with tall masts and a stubborn silhouette, take a moment. Watch her glide. Watch her vanish. And remember, not all ghost ships are dead. Some just don't want to come home. The Coral Sea is as calm as a sleeping cat. Sunlight dances on the waves. The breeze hums low and lazy, and the horizon stretches out like the world's most peaceful postcard. You're floating just off the northeast coast of Australia, where the water's so blue it almost looks fake. This place doesn't feel like the kind of setting for a mystery. But that's exactly why what happened here in 2007 unsettled everyone. You're looking at a sleek white catamaran, the Kaz II. She's about 40 feet long, state-of-the-art, and built for easy coastal cruising. From a distance, she's a vision of order. The sails are trimmed. The engine is humming. She's moving at a steady clip, like someone knows exactly where they're going. But there's no one at the helm, no one on deck, no voices from below. When the Australian Coast Guard boards the Kaz II, they find no chaos, no signs of distress. It's like the crew just stepped away. You want eerie, start with the table. There's food set out, plates, cutlery, half-drunk cups of tea. A laptop is open and dry in the cabin mid-download. A neatly folded newspaper from the morning of April 15th lies untouched beside it. The engine's still running. GPS is active. The emergency system's functional and unused. But the three men aboard Derek Batten and brothers Peter and James Tunstead are gone. They were experienced sailors, not pros, but not novices either. All three were from Perth and had planned the trip for years. The route was simple leave Airlie Beach cruise around the Whitsundays and eventually head back. A relaxing journey meant for fishing, sightseeing, and just being together on the open water. Instead, it turned into a national mystery. Let's rewind. The Kaz II left port on April 15th. The weather was good sunny skies, calm seas. They radioed a routine update that afternoon. Nothing unusual. No mechanical issues. No illness. They were in good spirits. Then, nothing. The vessel was spotted 2 days later by a surveillance aircraft drifting 160 kilometers off the coast, sails flapping. At first, authorities assumed the crew was below deck, maybe asleep. But after several unanswered calls and another full day of drifting, the Coast Guard intervened and found an empty ship. No blood, no signs of a struggle. All personal belongings remained untouched. Wallets, keys, shoes, even sunglasses. The only thing missing, one life jacket, and the men themselves. The life raft was still on board. So what happened? The initial theory was that one of them fell overboard, perhaps while fishing off the stern. Another jumped in to help. The third rushed to stop the boat, but accidentally fell too. Without anyone at the controls, the Kaz II continued on, ghosting across the Coral Sea. It's a tidy theory, but it doesn't hold. Because these men weren't reckless. Their fishing lines were still neatly coiled. No tangled mess on the deck. No signs of urgency or panic. Also, the sails had been deliberately reefed, shortened for safety. That's not something you do mid-crisis. And then there's the camera. Authorities recovered photos and video footage taken by the crew the day they vanished. Everything seemed normal. Shots of the coastline, smiling faces of fish being hauled in. In one clip, James Tunstead is seen fishing off the rear deck. His brother Peter is behind the wheel. Calm seas, no wind. Everything fine. That's the last known record of them. So the theories began. Maybe they'd anchored and jumped in for a swim. The wind picked up, the anchor failed, and the boat drifted faster than they could swim back. That might explain why no one was left aboard. But then where are the bodies? The life jacket? The screams on the radio? Experts recreated the likely conditions. Simulations showed that if someone had fallen in and the others had followed, they might have drifted apart quickly. Currents in that area can be deceptive, especially when wind patterns shift. But it would still be unusual for 3 adult men to vanish in perfect weather without even a mayday call. Some suggested foul play, maybe a pirate encounter, an attack. But nothing was stolen. And the Kaz II showed no damage, no bullet holes, no broken equipment, just absence. One investigator floated the idea of a rogue wave, an unexpected wall of water that could have knocked all three overboard. But again, the deck was dry. Nothing was out of place. The laptop didn't even have a splash on it. Then there's the question of the logbook, the last entry. April 15th, midday, weather fair, seas calm, no mention of trouble. That means whatever happened fast and without warning. Forensic tests were run. The GPS showed the boat had been moving slowly in a roughly straight path. No erratic turns, no sudden stops, no system failures. So we return to the only consistent detail. It's as if the men just stepped off. One modern theory dives into a more psychological explanation. It posits that a sequence of small, manageable events, one man slipping another, reacting a third trying to save them, could have unfolded so quickly that it felt like a slow-motion disaster. Each step logical. Each response rational. Until suddenly all three were gone. But logic doesn't leave hot tea behind, or a neatly folded paper, or an open laptop humming softly in the sun. Some believe the sea just took them, that there are parts of the ocean, even in the brightest daylight, that are thin between the world we know and something else. Not supernatural, not necessarily, but indifferent, uncurious about our plans, quick to erase them. You can stand on the deck of the Kaz II. Coon. In your mind now, can't you? The air still warm, the sails fluttering, the tea cooling in the cup, and all around the coral sea, flat blue endless. No warning, no sound, just three shadows missing from the deck, and one question hanging in the salt air. Where did they go? It should have been a straightforward salvage. That's all the Ellen Austin wanted. In the summer of 1881, this seasoned American schooner was sailing through the Atlantic when her lookout spotted something drifting slowly across the water. White sails, tall masts, no flag. A ship, clearly, but one that moved with no purpose. No crew could be seen on deck. No signals raised. Now ships adrift in the open ocean are rarely good news. They're usually injured, disabled, or worse. But as the Ellen Austin approached, the mystery only grew. The vessel was in perfect condition. No storm damage, no burn marks, no signs of violence. Sails fully rigged, supplies below deck, food untouched in the galley. But not a single soul aboard. It was as if the crew had been raptured mid-step. Captain Baker of the Ellen Austin knew what he was looking at, a derelict. And maritime law, being what it is, derelicts are fair game. If you find one and can sail her safely to port, she's yours, or at least a good portion of her value. A salvage operation was quickly organized. A prize crew, hand-picked men from the Ellen Austin, boarded the ghost ship. Their mission was simple: sail it alongside the Austin and claim it. For 2 days, everything went according to plan. The ships moved in tandem through calm seas. The crew aboard the derelict reported no issues, no strange sights, no unease, until the fog rolled in. A thick, choking fog that blanketed the ocean without warning. Visibility dropped to nothing. The Ellen Austin and the derelict were separated only by a few hundred yards, but in a world made of mist, it might as well have been miles. Hours passed, then a full day. When the fog finally lifted, the ghost ship was gone. Captain Baker scanned the horizon. Nothing. No sails, no shadows, not even a silhouette. Just the same open water, as blank and blue, as if the second ship had never existed. And then, incredibly, they spotted her. 2 days later, the derelict appeared again, far off the starboard side. The Ellen Austin moved to intercept. The ship was intact, drifting, but her new crew gone. No signs of a struggle. No damage. No answers. Just empty decks once more. It defies belief, doesn't it? But Captain Baker wasn't the type to back down. Determined to understand what had happened, or maybe just stubborn, he sent a second crew aboard. Different men, armed, cautious. They checked every inch of the ship, found nothing unusual. No mechanical failure, no poisoned food, no logs, no journals. But again, the vessel seemed seaworthy, just empty. The two ships continued on, and then the fog came back. You already know how this ends. The Ellen Austin lost sight of the derelict a second time. When it cleared, the ship was gone again. This time, she never reappeared. Captain Baker, by all accounts, was devastated. Not just by the loss of the salvage, but by something else. Something colder. He was never able to explain what happened. No official records of mutiny, no wreckage ever recovered, and not a single member of either boarding party was ever seen again. Now let's unpack this. The Ellen Austin was real. She sailed for many years out of New York, primarily in transatlantic cargo trade. Her logs are mostly intact, mostly. Because the story of the ghost ship and the missing crews. That part doesn't show up in official shipping records. Not directly. Instead, it lives in second-hand reports, in sailors' journals, in newspaper clippings from the late 19th century, and in oral accounts passed down by descendants of those who served aboard her. Some researchers believe the story was embellished over time. Maybe there was a derelict, but the disappearance of the crew was a fabrication, a tale grown in the telling. Others suggest the entire thing was invented as a maritime ghost story designed to frighten greenhorns or attract readers. But then again, how do you explain the precision of the details, the description of the derelict, the names of the crewmen assigned, the dates, the weather conditions, the matching reports of other ships in the same region that same summer also encountering thick, inexplicable fog and strange radar echoes long before radar even existed? Some think the ship the Ellen Austin tried to salvage wasn't a normal vessel at all, that it was cursed, a vessel caught in a time loop, one that appears only when it wants to lures in the living and then vanishes, adding to its collection. Theorists tie it to the Bermuda Triangle naturally. The Ellen Austin was certainly within range of that infamous zone. And while the term Bermuda Triangle wouldn't be coined until the 20th century, sailors knew something was off about those waters long before the maps had names. Other accounts mention ships that seem to repeat their patterns, appearing at the same coordinates on the same date year after year. Phantom vessels that reappear on anniversaries as though bound by some invisible maritime calendar. The derelict in this story isn't just a mystery. It's a trap, a kind of oceanic Venus flytrap. Beautiful, intact, irresistible. But once you set foot on her deck, you're part of the story now. And the sea doesn't give back its characters. Could there be a more grounded explanation? Sure, a rogue crew stages a mutiny, flees with lifeboats, and fakes the ship's reappearance, complicated and inconsistent with the lack of distress or struggle. Or perhaps a leak of dangerous gas below deck causes disorientation, leading to the accidental deaths of the boarding party. Maybe. But how would it happen identically twice? Historians still debate whether the Ellen Austin's ghost ship ever truly existed. Skeptics point to a lack of official incident reports. Believers argue that some stories don't make it into ledgers not because they're false, but because they're too true, too strange, too unexplainable. The ocean, after all, isn't a courtroom. It doesn't need to prove anything. It holds what it wants. And sometimes it sends things back not to explain, but to lure. Today, the tale of the Ellen Austin lives on in maritime lore. Every few years, someone claims to spot a schooner drifting through the Sargasso Sea, sails billowing, decks gleaming in the sun, but no one aboard. And still, some ships move to intercept, just in case it's real. Just in case they can board it, steer it, and bring it home. Just in case this time the ship lets them leave. But if you ever see her gleaming white sails moving without wake calm as a dream, do yourself a favor. Don't get too close, because second chances aren't guaranteed, and third ones never come. If you squint at the horizon, it looks peaceful. A narrow sliver of sand tucked into the North Atlantic like a careless brushstroke. Just an island. Nothing dramatic. Nothing monstrous. But Sable Island isn't ordinary. It never has been. It's earned its nickname. The graveyard of the Atlantic. And the number that explains it isn't small. Over 350 ships have wrecked here. 350. That's not a legend. That's a list. Registered vessels, actual names, real human beings who vanished into the fog and never came back. You drift closer, and Sable begins to show its true face. It's narrow, barely 26 miles long, only a mile wide in places. Shifting dunes roll across its spine like sleeping beasts. There are no trees, no real shelter. Just grass, wild horses, and wind that speaks in sighs and screams. The shape of the island changes constantly. One season, it gains land. The next, it's partially underwater again. You wouldn't build a lighthouse here unless you absolutely had to, which they did. The reason ships kept dying. Since the 1500s, vessels crossing the busy shipping lanes from Europe to North America have been drawn into this place like iron filings to a magnet. Some are driven by storm, some by fog, some just drift here, rudderless, helpless. Navigation instruments fail. Compasses spin. And always the same result: hull meets sand. And sand wins. Early wrecks often went unrecorded. Sailors were buried beneath the dunes by the sea itself. But by the 1800s, documentation grew. Ships like the Cogswell, Marion, and Northumberland all ended their lives here. Some were splintered to pieces by surf. Others sat intact, as if politely delivered by the waves. You'd think the survivors would be rescued, and sometimes they were. But Sable is lonely. Even now, it's over 100 miles from the nearest mainland harbor. In the 1800s, that was a death sentence. Food ran out. Water turned brackish. The horse's feral descendants of animals left by earlier settlers sometimes trampled through wreck sites, dragging corpses into the sea. So, in 1801, Canada built a life-saving station. Not a lighthouse yet, just a place to shelter survivors. Then another, and another. The island became dotted with little cabins manned by grim men, trained to pull half-dead sailors out of freezing surf. Eventually they built the lighthouse. Even today, there's no town here. No proper settlement. Just a handful of researchers and caretakers. The weather station, the rescue outpost, and the ever-shifting sands that bury history just as fast as they reveal it. Now let's talk about the weird part, because Sable doesn't just collect ships. It keeps things. Not in one place either. The dunes move. Entire wrecks vanish beneath the surface, then reappear decades later. Wood still firm names, still legible. Like a tide of bones. Sometimes hikers stumble on artifacts from the 1800s just lying in the grass. Compasses, boots, skeletons, and the horses no one's entirely sure how they got there. The common theory is that settlers brought them in the 18th century and left them when they couldn't survive the island. But the horses did survive. More than that, they thrived. Now they roam freely shaggy, and wild their hooves adapted for sand. Their eyes always wary. Some believe they're guardians, that they protect the island's secrets. Locals don't touch them. Tourists aren't allowed to feed or approach. The horses belong to Sable, not to us. But here's where it gets eerie. People hear things, even the modern crews, scientists, researchers, meteorologists report it. Whispers, laughter in the fog, footsteps pacing along the outside of a building, even when no one is out there. A bell ringing at sea when there's no buoy or ship in sight. A Canadian weather tech stationed there in the early 2000s described waking up to the sound of boots squelching in wet sand outside her cabin. She assumed it was one of her colleagues checking the instruments, but no one had left their bunk. The sand outside untouched. Then there's the case of the Cumberland Bell. In 1913, it was a rescue ship. Stormy night wreck reported Bell heads out from mainland Nova Scotia. Then nothing. The ship vanishes. Not in a storm, not in a fire. Just gone. 3 days later, a horseman on Sable Island claims to see a schooner silently approach from the fog. The sails don't ripple. The hull doesn't slice waves. It just glides. And when it gets close, it fades back into the mist. He swore it was the Cumberland Belle. Skeptics say mirage, reflection. But those who've lived here say different. They say that when a ship sinks near Sable, sometimes the island remembers it. Sometimes the ship comes back. Not permanently, not physically, but just enough for someone to see it, to hear it, to smell the wood and salt and smoke drifting through the morning fog. And if the island can remember ships, what else might it remember? The ghosts. Yes, there are ghost stories. Sailors in 19th century coats, women wandering barefoot along the beach, children seen playing beside a dune, then vanishing when approached. Some stories go further, describing voices that call people toward the surf. In 1983, a visiting photographer set up a long exposure camera on the beach. She hoped to catch the horses in motion under moonlight. When she developed the photos, she found what looked like faint outlines of a man in old-fashioned clothing. No one had been out there. No footprints. No shadows. Just shapes like smoke walking. Historians still debate whether Sable Island's wreck count is due to geography or something deeper. After all, the currents here are brutal. Fog is common. Magnetic anomalies do exist. But those same conditions exist elsewhere. And yet, only here do so many ships die. Only here do they come back. And perhaps that's the secret. Maybe Sable isn't a predator. Maybe it's a collector. A place the sea uses to store its stories. Ships, horses, voices. The detritus of 1,000 tragedies. Maybe it doesn't want to hurt anyone. Maybe it just doesn't want to be forgotten. So if you ever find yourself sailing east of Nova Scotia and a pale strip of sand begins to stretch across the horizon, be careful. Turn slowly. Check your compass twice. Don't trust the fog. And if you see horses running in slow motion across the dunes, don't follow them. Because they're not running from something. They're running with it. There's something different about Lake Superior. It's not the biggest lake in the world, but it feels like it is. It's more ocean than inland sea. Cold, vast, temperamental. The weather shifts without warning. Storms build in under an hour. 1 minute you're basking under sunlight, and the next your ship is being smothered by 25-foot waves that come out of nowhere. They call it the graveyard of the Great Lakes. And among its many ghosts, none loom quite like the Edmund Fitzgerald. You've probably heard the name. If not from history class, then from the haunting ballad Gordon Lightfoot penned in 1976, 6 minutes of slow, sorrowful strumming that keeps the memory of the doomed freighter alive in the collective imagination. But the song is only half the story. The rest, that lives in 500 30 feet of steel, still lying at the bottom. The Edmund Fitzgerald was a modern marvel when she launched in 1958, one of the largest freighters on the Great Lakes, capable of hauling over 26,000 tons of iron ore. She wasn't just built strong, she was built to last. Nicknamed the Pride of the American Side, she sailed for nearly 2 decades without major issue, until November 10th, 1975. That day began normally enough. The Fitzgerald was headed from Superior, Wisconsin, to a steel mill near Detroit, carrying taconite pellets, those tiny heavy beads of compressed iron that resemble metallic marbles. Captain Ernest McSorley, a seasoned veteran of the lakes, was at the helm. Ahead lay Whitefish Bay, the gateway to the final stretch of the journey. The weather. Typical. November messiness. Cold winds, maybe some sleet, but nothing unmanageable. Then around 3 p.m., things changed. The winds ramped up. Fast. Gusts reaching 70 miles. Waves climbing to over 25 feet. Snow blinding the radar. The storm became one of the worst the lake had seen in a decade. And the Fitzgerald, this ironclad titan, was right in the middle of it. Another ship, the Arthur M. Anderson, was nearby. They kept in radio contact. McSorley reported losing both radar systems, then damage to the railing, then a list to one side. But he wasn't panicked. "We are holding our own," he said. Those were his last words. Minutes later, the Edmund Fitzgerald disappeared from radar. No distress signal, no flare, no goodbye. She was just gone. A massive search began immediately. Helicopters, cutters nearby ships. They expected to find survivors clinging to wreckage. But there was nothing. Not a body. Not a lifeboat. Only oil streaks on the surface and empty silence. Eventually, sonar located the wreck. She had split in two bow and stern, lying 170 feet apart in over 500 feet of icy water. Everything was still there. Cargo intact, crew entombed. The ship hadn't hit a rock or another vessel. It hadn't caught fire. It had simply broken in half and sank like a stone. But why? Theories abound. One suggests rogue waves, massive freak surges that can rise without warning and strike like hammers. Some believe the Fitzgerald was hit by not one, but 3 of these giants back to back. Enough force to lift her out of the water and crack her spine. Others point to faulty hatch covers. If the seals gave way, water could have filled the holds, destabilizing her within minutes. Another theory. Human error, not negligence, but simply a case of navigating blind. With radar down and visibility shot, McSorley might have steered into shallower water than he realized. The Fitzgerald could have scraped a shoal taken on water and been fatally weakened by the impact. But here's the thing. None of these theories can explain why she sank so fast. There was no warning, no SOS. No sign the crew even knew they were in their final moments. 1 second she was sailing. The next she was a memory. And that's where the mystery sets in. Because for all our modern equipment, for all our sonar GPS and historical hindsight, we still don't know what killed her. The U.S. Coast Guard conducted multiple investigations. So did private dive teams. The official verdict: probable structural failure. But probable isn't comforting. Not to the families. Not to the sailors who still cross Lake Superior in November. And not to the people who say the Fitzgerald never really left. Because you see, sightings persist. Fishermen talk about hearing metal groans under the water, even when the lake is calm. Some swear they've seen her silhouette in the fog, ghostly unmoving, as if frozen in time. One story tells of a tugboat captain who spotted a large freighter near Whitefish Point, its lights blinking Morse code that didn't match any known message. When he tried to respond, the ship disappeared. Divers who visit the wreck report an overwhelming sense of pressure. Not just physical, but emotional. As if the ship is still mourning. Some claim to have heard voices, muffled, unintelligible like whispers beneath the static of sonar. One diver on his third descent abruptly surfaced and refused to go back. "There's something down there," he said. "It doesn't want us close." Of course, skeptics scoff. Cold water, pressure hallucinations, radio interference. But legends don't need your permission. They live anyway. Every November 10th, a memorial is held at the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum. The ship's bell, recovered from the wreck, rings 29 times. Once for each man lost. Their names read aloud, their photos placed under candlelight. And that's the thing. The Fitzgerald isn't just a mystery. She's a grave. And like any good maritime mystery, she's also a mirror to what we fear, to what we can't explain, to what we leave behind, because it wasn't supposed to happen. Not to a ship that strong. Not with a captain that experienced. Not with all those eyes on her. But the lake had other plans. They say Lake Superior never gives up her dead. And maybe she doesn't. Maybe she keeps them. Like secrets, like stories, like steel ghosts that still drift just beneath the surface, waiting to be seen again. So, if you're ever near Whitefish Bay, and the wind starts to sing low, and the sky goes dark too fast, look out across the water, and if you see a freighter with no name, and her lights blink once, then twice, don't blink back. It begins, as these things often do, with silence. A rescue sub from the Argentine Navy goes dark. No signal. No GPS. No sound. The Era San Juan. A sleek diesel-electric submarine built for stealth and efficiency was supposed to surface. She didn't. She was supposed to check in. She didn't. One moment she's pinging normally. The next, she's just not there. And 21st century navies do not lose submarines until they do. November 15th, 2017, the South Atlantic, the airy San Juan, was on a routine patrol, traveling north along Argentina's coast after a mission near Ushuaia. She had a crew of 44 on board, trained, experienced, familiar with the ship and with each other. They were nearly home. Just a day or two more. Then silence. The first missed check-in was noted with concern, but not panic. Submarines often delay contact due to tactical maneuvers or signal interference. But then another call window passed, and another, and still nothing. A massive search and rescue operation was launched. The Argentine Navy, neighboring countries, even NASA contributed. Planes, ships, satellites, all looking for any trace. Over 4,000 personnel from 13 countries combed 500,000 square kilometers of ocean. For 15 days, they found nothing. Then came the noise. At 10:31 a.m. on the day, the San Juan vanished underwater sensors designed to detect nuclear activity registered a strange acoustic anomaly in the region where the sub last communicated. Not a distress call, not an explosion, a singularity, a sudden violent hydroacoustic event. Not the kind made by torpedoes or mines. Something much worse. Something like a steel hull imploding under massive pressure. This was no slow fade into darkness. It was instantaneous. According to naval acoustics analysts, if the San Juan Mai suffered a catastrophic hull breach at depth, the collapse would have happened in 40 milliseconds. The human nervous system takes longer than that to register pain. In other words, if they died, they didn't suffer. But that's not where the mystery ends, because for nearly a year after the explosion was registered, the wreck still hadn't been located. Sonar teams scanned the region where the sound was heard over and over, but the sea kept its silence. Every lead came up dry. Every effort fell short. Then, almost exactly 1 year later, an American company, Ocean Infinity, used deep-sea drones to map a deeper, harder-to-reach trench. And there it was. The Aire San Juan, broken into several large pieces scattered across the seafloor at a depth of 907 meters, almost 3,000 feet below the surface. But even with the wreck located, answers were in short supply. The sub had reported a battery issue 2 days before it vanished. A minor leak contained and repaired, according to protocol. Captain Pedro Fernandez reported the incident, followed procedure, and resumed course. There were no signs of panic, no unusual behavior. So what went wrong? Some believe the battery compartment issue was worse than originally thought. That hydrogen gas built up. That an internal explosion, small but precise, damaged the hull's integrity. A chain reaction could have followed. But why was the sub allowed to continue at all? Why no further warnings? Others point to mechanical neglect. Argentina's Navy had suffered years of underfunding. Spare parts were scavenged from other ships. Some sailors joked that their vessels were being held together with prayer and paint. Could a missed repair have triggered the catastrophe? But a third theory is harder to ignore, that the San Juanness may have been somewhere it wasn't supposed to be. Some speculate it was conducting clandestine surveillance, that it strayed into waters with higher geopolitical sensitivity, that perhaps, just perhaps, it encountered something it wasn't meant to find. This theory is fueled by the Navy's strange behavior after the event. Delayed announcements, conflicting timelines, redacted communication logs. Families of the crew were given inconsistent updates, and more than one relative reported being followed, watched. A mother of one sailor claimed her son had sent a cryptic message before departure. If something happens, know it wasn't an accident. Of course, that could be stress. Cold feet. Submarine service is dangerous by nature. But it lingers in the air, doesn't it? The idea that they knew. The wreck itself tells part of the story. The debris field suggests a violent internal event, one that collapsed the hull before the crew had time to react. The keel was snapped clean. Sections were buried into the seabed, but there's no sign of external weaponry. No torpedo, no mine. Just pressure, unstoppable, lethal, and invisible. Some investigators believe the submarine might have descended too deep, chasing a false reading or fleeing bad weather. At those depths, even a minor error can be fatal. Submarines are built for stealth, not forgiveness. Others aren't convinced. Why was the final acoustic event dismissed for nearly 48 hours? Why did international agencies with underwater listening arrays know about it before the Argentine government acted? Why were communications from the sub in the final hours so heavily redacted in public reports? It doesn't add up. And there's the fourth theory, the quietest one, the strangest one, that what they encountered wasn't mechanical or political or even man-made. Sonar operators from other vessels reported strange readings in the days following the San Juan's disappearance. Echoes that looped, signals with no origin. A few claimed to hear Morse code that didn't translate nonsense rhythms that repeated every 7 hours. Theories range from deep-sea creatures to unknown underwater structures to, well, let's just say non-human intelligence. You'd think no serious authority would consider this. But even the official post-mortem report includes a line buried deep in an appendix about unidentified sonar reflections inconsistent with natural marine life or known technology. You read that again. Then you wonder if the San Juan didn't find something, but was found. Whatever the truth, it rests with the wreck now, alone, cold, and still beneath almost a kilometer of black water. And with the families, 44 crew members, sons, fathers, brothers, all gone in a moment. The Navy says they went down with honor. The ocean says nothing at all. But if you ever find yourself near the Patagonian coast on a still night, listen closely. They say sometimes, if the weather is just right, and the sea is flat enough to reflect the stars, you can hear a tapping, soft, slow, repeating. Like someone still sending a message, like they're not quite done. It was supposed to be just another cable repair. A simple, deep-sea mission to fix a communications line thousands of feet under the North Atlantic. The crew aboard the research vessel wasn't expecting anything strange. But that's always how these stories begin, isn't it? You're descending into darkness. The remote-operated vehicle ROV drops slowly through the water column lights, piercing the endless black. The feed crackles with static, then clears. Silt drifts past the lens like underwater snow. And there, just beyond the cable, something massive looms. But it's not a geological formation. It's not man-made, and it's not supposed to be there. This is the Bimini Road all over again, but colder, deeper, and so much more unsettling. You've probably heard of strange underwater formations, blocks of stone arranged, too neatly curves that look carved staircases where no human could have built them. But this discovery deep in the Norwegian Sea wasn't just strange. It felt alive. In 2016, a Norwegian telecom maintenance team was surveying cable lines using an ROV about 2,000 meters deep. The mission was routine locate faults, fix weak signals, patch external damage. These lines are the internet's veins, carrying data between continents. And they stretch across miles of ocean floor, often anchored near geological ridges. That's where it happened. The ROV caught something unusual. At first, it looked like a boulder field. Then the camera zoomed in. Straight edges, repeating patterns, carvings, symbols. Nobody on the team said the word architecture, but everyone was thinking it. They marked the coordinates, logged the footage. Then something glitched. The signal from the ROV cut out. Not sharply, slowly, as if something was interfering with the cable itself, not damaging it, but absorbing the signal. The feed twisted into static, then went black. When they pulled the ROV up, its camera housing was melted, and this wasn't some fragile prototype. This was a high-grade, pressure-resistant unit, built to withstand crushing depths and freezing temperatures. It looked like someone had taken a blowtorch to it underwater. The company logged the incident as equipment failure due to unknown environmental factors. Translation: we don't know, and we're not going back. But a week later, another vessel passed through the area, a fishing trawler. The crew reported strange sonar echoes, shadows beneath the ship that didn't match seafloor contours. Several claimed to hear a low-frequency hum, subaudible, more felt, than heard buzzing through the hull at night. Then came the damage. The ship's nets were shredded. Not torn, shredded like they'd been dragged across industrial blades. One diver checked the release lines and surfaced, shaking. The water was wrong, he said. I've never felt it like that. It was vibrating. The region was closed off shortly after. Official reason: underwater landslide risk. But those who'd seen the original ROV footage knew better, and they started whispering. Some compared the shapes on the seafloor to megalithic sites. Think Yonaguni Monument in Japan, an underwater structure with steps corners and flat platforms that might be natural. or ancient. That debate rages on even today. But this one wasn't made of sandstone. It looked metallic. Worse, when enhanced, the footage showed a distinct circular pattern like an enormous ring, almost a mile wide, with spires. One former engineer went on record anonymously saying, "We didn't find a ruin. We found a mechanism, something buried, something massive, and the ocean's protecting it." Of course, the skeptics came quickly. Artifacts on the lens, pareidolia, humans seeing order where there is none. Nature can be surprisingly geometric, they say. And deep-sea distortion can make things look stranger than they are. But what about the equipment failure? What about the melted lens? What about the radio blackout that followed, extending across 3 other vessels in the region? Some believe the structure is ancient, pre-human, from a civilization erased long before recorded history. Others believe it's not ancient at all, but active, functioning, waiting. That it's not a monument, it's a device. There are whispers about deep signal anomalies in the same coordinates dating back to the 1970s. NATO hydrophone arrays once picked up rhythmic pulses, ultra-low frequency beats spaced exactly 2.7 hours apart. Unnatural, undeciphered. The Soviets investigated it back then. They called the area Zone K37. The documentation has since vanished. What remains are the patterns. Even today, automatic underwater drones in the region report strange navigational errors, spiraling off-course battery drains, unexplained compass interference. It's not constant, just sometimes, like something wakes up and then rests. In 2019, a private marine research group tried to fund an expedition to those same coordinates. Their project was mysteriously canceled, no reason given. Investors pulled out. The ship they were chartering dry docked indefinitely after a logistical incident, and then the internet forgot. But the ocean didn't. It keeps its secrets pressed beneath thousands of tons of pressure. Under dark that light has never touched. It doesn't need permission to stay mysterious. The question now is, how many of these structures exist? Are they scattered across trenches like breadcrumbs? Or are they part of something larger, connected, hidden, deliberate? Some theorists believe we're looking at a network, something older than tectonic plates, something sleeping beneath our oceans, humming softly in frequencies we can't hear, waiting for what? Activation, visitors, or maybe it's not waiting at all. Maybe it's already doing what it was built to do, and we're just now noticing. So if you're ever watching a deep sea feed late at night, maybe on YouTube, maybe through a live stream from some oceanographic institution, and the image flickers and a shape appears That doesn't quite look natural. Don't adjust your screen. Don't dismiss it as a glitch, because sometimes the ocean shows you just enough to remind you who's really in control. And then it turns the lights back off. The Black Sea is quiet. Too quiet, maybe. You glide over it in the early hours. No waves, no wind, just that glassy stillness that feels more like a mirror than water. It's not often mentioned in the same breath as the Bermuda Triangle or the North Atlantic. But beneath its calm, something else waits. In 2000, and a team of oceanographers led by Dr. Robert Ballard, the same man who found the Titanic, descended into the depths of the Black Sea in search of ancient settlements. What they found wasn't just a ruin. It was an entire world preserved in perfect, eerie silence. The first thing to understand is this: the Black Sea is different. Most bodies of water mix, turning over layers like a washing machine. The Black Sea does not. Its lower layers are stagnant, filled with hydrogen sulfide devoid of oxygen. That means anything that sinks there doesn't rot. It just pauses. Time stops. Wood doesn't decay. Cloth doesn't dissolve. Even the bones of animals and people remain almost eerily intact. Which brings us to the discovery. Ballard's team was looking for signs of an ancient shoreline. The theory went like this: thousands of years ago, the Black Sea was smaller, a freshwater lake sealed off from the Mediterranean. Then something catastrophic happened. Around 5600 BCE, seawater from the Aegean flooded in, bursting through the Bosporus like a tsunami. Water levels rose hundreds of feet in just a matter of months, maybe weeks. Villages, cities, farms, everything was swallowed, and now it might still be down there. That's what Ballard's team was testing when they found a stone structure over 300 feet deep. Walls, rectangular layouts, and this is key timber, still intact, perfectly preserved beneath the poison sea. It was a house, a wooden house over 7,000 years old. They had found a drowned civilization. The deeper they searched, the more patterns they saw. Blocks arranged in linear rows, foundation stones outlining rooms, tools lying in silt, untouched by decay. It wasn't Atlantis, not exactly, but it was close enough to stir something primal in the imagination. But that's only half the story, because since that discovery, things have gone strange. Other expeditions returned to the area. Some had technical failures. Drones lost connection. Batteries drained faster than expected. One autonomous submersible vanished entirely. Its last transmission was corrupted, distorted audio flickering video showing what looked like carvings, symbols, runes maybe, or letters in a language no one recognized. The footage was never released publicly. Then came the acoustic anomalies. Underwater microphones picked up rhythmic pulses repeating over days. Not sonar pings, not whales, something else. A beat like a drum, buried deep beneath miles of mud. Some said it was seismic activity, but there was no tectonic movement, no quakes, no tremors, just sound. In 2005, a Turkish deep-sea diver working with an archaeology team disappeared during a solo descent. He was an expert, highly trained, meticulous. but he surfaced too fast, violently. His equipment said he had only been under for 10 minutes, but his internal clock and his dive log suggested he had been down for nearly 2 hours. He was unconscious, and when he woke, he spoke in broken, confused phrases, describing a structure under the silt, hallways, a door that wasn't stone or wood, but metal, smooth, unmarked humming slightly. When asked where exactly he'd been, he couldn't answer. Everywhere, he said. It was like being everywhere. His memory faded in the days after. He eventually recovered, but never dove again. Scientists dismissed it as nitrogen narcosis. The bends. Hallucination. But those who've worked in those waters say it isn't the first time something like that has happened. Some claim there are shipwrecks down there that aren't just ancient, they're impossible. Hulls shaped like nothing seen in maritime history. No rudder, no sail, no evidence of how they moved at all. One such wreck, discovered in 2010, was made of an unknown composite wood, but fused with something else. Something synthetic. It shattered like glass when touched. Tests were inconclusive. The samples vanished en route to a lab in Zurich. The team disbanded quietly. You start to wonder, is the Black Sea more than a flood zone? Is it a vault? A place designed not just to bury something, but to preserve it. One theory buried in fringe academic circles goes deeper. It suggests the sudden flooding wasn't natural, that the breach through the Bosporus wasn't accidental, that something inside the freshwater lake was waking up, and someone or something let the salt water in on purpose to drown it again. Because remember, salt water kills most bacteria, but the Black Sea's layers are anaerobic. Preserving, yes, but also suffocating. Whatever was down there wouldn't just be buried, it would be locked in a biological deep freeze. But locked by whom? Ifsa for she, and for what? There are inscriptions in caves near the coast, Neolithic carvings that predate known languages. They show boats, eyes in the sky, water rising, people pointing to the west, and at the bottom of each panel, a spiral. Always the spiral. Archaeologists say it represents water. Others say it represents something else. Descent, movement through layers, a portal. And here's the part no one talks about openly. Some divers during long sonar missions report hallucinations. Not just voices or feelings, but places. Visions of cities beneath cities. Pillars glowing faintly. Rooms where time seems to ripple. One man claimed to have heard the walls breathing. He never dove again either. Official reports claim natural gas seeps in the area can cause cognitive disruption. But that doesn't explain the symbols or the voices recorded on hydrophones that sound like language but aren't. It doesn't explain the sense of being watched And it doesn't explain why major governments fund quiet expeditions to this region every few years. Always hush hush, always pulling their data from public access before analysis is completed. So if you ever find yourself near the Black Sea coast, near Batumi, maybe, or Constanza, and the wind dies down, and the sea turns to glass, and the horizon feels a little too flat, don't look down too long. And if you hear something knocking on the sonar, don't answer, because maybe that ancient flood wasn't a disaster. Maybe it was a warning. And maybe the Black Sea isn't just a body of water. Maybe it's a lock. And the key, well, we keep dragging it closer to the surface. You step onto the deck, and it smells like ash. Not fire ash. Cold. Final. The wind coming off the Indian Ocean feels normal enough, but the closer you get to the island, the heavier the air gets. Like memory. Like something ancient is still burning somewhere beneath the jungle canopy. This is North Sentinel Island, and you are not welcome here. It's barely a dot on the map, a remote island in the Bay of Bengal, flanked by white shores and tangled forest. But there's something about it, something that makes even the waves hesitate. And it's not just the isolation. It's the people. The Sentinelese, one of the last uncontacted tribes on Earth. No one knows how long they've been here. Some say 60,000 years. Others say longer. They've survived tsunamis, cyclones, the arrival of the British Empire, and modern surveillance satellites. But not because they've hidden, because they fight. They reject outsiders completely. Arrows and spears are their only message. And no one has ever been allowed to stay long enough to understand their language, let alone their history. Which brings us to the strange part. In 1880, a British colonial expedition attempted to study the Sentinelese, led by Maurice Vidal Portman, a man whose name history would rather forget. The team captured several islanders and brought them to the mainland. The adults died within days. The British, unsure what else to do, returned the children to the island with a bag of gifts. The children vanished into the forest, and so began a cycle of silence. Every few decades, someone tries again. A drone, a boat, a researcher who thinks they're cleverer than the last. And every time the message is the same: stay away. In 2006, two fishermen drifted too close to the island while illegally harvesting crabs. The next morning, their bodies were found impaled and buried in shallow graves near the beach, visible from the air, but unreachable by land. Helicopters that flew over were met with arrows. No arrests. No recovery. Just a quiet, chilling understanding. Some places don't want to be known. But then there was the signal. In 2013, an Indian Navy patrol picked up a faint, low-frequency broadcast while circling North Sentinel. It wasn't Morse. It wasn't a language. It was rhythmic. 4 tones, then silence, then the tones again. Measured. Consistent. Almost like sonar. It repeated for exactly 22 minutes, then stopped. Investigators assumed it was interference, but it didn't match any known civilian or military signal in the region. And here's the thing. There's no known technology on North Sentinel. No electricity, no radios, no generators, just spears and bows and huts woven from palm and thatch. So where did the signal come from? A week later, it happened again. Same signal, same duration, same location. Then it stopped. Permanently. The Indian government, already uneasy about interactions with the Sentinelese, sealed off the area completely. No flights below 5,000 feet. No watercraft within 3 nautical miles. The official reason, tribal protection. But some think it's something else, because over the last century, satellite imagery has shown subtle changes on the island. Not in the settlements, those remain primitive and sparse, but in the terrain. Certain hills seem to breathe, rising and falling ever so slightly like tectonic shifts, except they're not near any fault lines. One ridge in particular has been flagged multiple times for its unnatural symmetry. It runs perfectly straight for 1.2 kilometers. Satellite LiDAR once showed a void beneath it, roughly 30 meters deep, filled with water. When researchers tried to replicate the scan, the data was scrambled. Some believe there's a chamber beneath the island, artificial, ancient, sealed, and perhaps protected. The Sentinelese may not just be an isolated tribe. They might be guardians, descendants of a civilization that chose not to evolve, but to remember, to protect something the rest of the world forgot long ago. Their aggression, not savagery, not paranoia. Duty. It gets weirder. In 1974, a documentary crew attempted to approach the island under military escort. They brought food gifts and cameras. The moment they landed, a young Sentinelese warrior shot an arrow into the thigh of the lead director. It was the cleanest shot you could imagine, avoiding arteries, muscle, and bone. As if it were a warning shot, not an attack. That warrior was never seen again. One of the crew members later claimed to have seen strange stone markers in the forest beyond the tree line, like monoliths, too smooth to be natural, too evenly spaced. That footage never aired. A decade later, a tsunami slammed into the Andaman Islands, killing thousands. When helicopters flew over North Sentinel to assess damage, they expected devastation. But the huts were untouched. The island's coastline had moved, subtly reformed by the waves in a way that diverted destruction. And standing on the beach, as if expecting the helicopters, were the Sentinelese. Alive, armed, unbothered, as if they had known it was coming. You start to wonder, how do they survive without outside aid? How do they hunt fish and build with such efficiency on an island so small? How do they sense weather patterns days in advance, without satellites, without forecasts? And why do they refuse to evolve, unless evolution wasn't the point? maybe they were left behind, not because they couldn't adapt, but because they chose to remember something the rest of us buried. What if their isolation isn't a failure of integration, but a success of preservation, a deliberate firewall against the outside world? Because maybe whatever they guard beneath that forest, whatever hums beneath those hills, can't be allowed out. And maybe they know we're getting too close. One more satellite pass, one more rogue drone, one more research vessel skimming too close to the reef. And then what? What happens when the guardians are gone? When no one's left to shoot the arrow? When the door beneath the forest finally opens? So, if you ever find yourself sailing near the Andaman Islands, and the wind dies, and the jungle rustles despite no breeze, turn around, and if you see the beach and the dark shape standing motionless at its edge, don't wave, don't shout, don't land, because the silence of North Sentinel isn't ignorance. It's intentional, and breaking it might be the last thing you ever do. Imagine you're drifting through the icy waters off Greenland's coast, the sun barely grazing the horizon in that eerie Arctic twilight. The sea is glassy, silent, except for the occasional groan from the ice floes, like the ocean itself is stretching its bones after a long nap. And then, in the distance, a shape, a ship, no movement, no smoke, just a dark outline on the horizon, bobbing in the swell, like it forgot to die. This is the legend of the Octavius, a ghost ship said to have been found with her entire crew frozen solid, locked in place, faces preserved in expressions that begged to be forgotten. But the part that sends shivers down the spine, they'd been dead for 13 years. Let's rewind. The story begins in 1761. The Octavius, a merchant vessel, set sail from England bound for China. She reached her destination, safely offloaded her goods, and began the return journey home, this time attempting something bold, the Porcemi Northwest Passage. A treacherous shortcut through the Arctic, linking the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. No one had successfully completed it at the time. But the captain, eager and confident, gave the order. Then, silence. For over a decade, the Octavius was never heard from again. No messages, no sightings. She was presumed lost, claimed by ice storm, or worse. But in 1775, a whaling ship named the Herald was sailing off the coast of Greenland when they spotted a derelict ship drifting aimlessly through the ice. They boarded it, expecting wreckage or treasure. They found something else. Below deck, the temperature was unnaturally cold. The ship was in eerie condition, frozen in time, dustless, undisturbed, and in the captain's quarters at his desk sat a man, still, silent, frost-covered, pen still in hand, he was frozen solid. Around him were others officers and crew also preserved by the Arctic cold. They had died at their posts, some still sitting at the table, hands clasped as if waiting for a prayer to end. No blood, no struggle, just cold. The captain's logbook revealed the last entry. November 11th, 1762, 13 years earlier. And here's the catch. The ship was only discovered a few hundred miles from its original departure point. That means it had somehow completed nearly the entire Northwest Passage. Frozen, unmanned, drifting silently through the ice for over a decade. Think about that. A ghost ship sailing on currents and luck alone. Never grounding, never destroyed, just wandering, unnoticed and forgotten. The Herald's crew, understandably shaken, took the logbook and left the ship. According to the tale, the Octavius slipped back into the fog shortly after and was never seen again. Now that's the legend, but the record's a bit fuzzier. There's no official record of a ship named Octavius departing from England in 1761. No confirmed registration, no original manifest, and no Herald logs verify the boarding. So skeptics file this under maritime folklore, a salty campfire story for sailors to scare greenhorns. Except every few decades the story resurfaces. A fisherman in 1885 claims to have seen a black-masted vessel off the Labrador coast. No flag, no sails, no lights, just gliding through fog. In 1931, an Arctic expedition heard a radio frequency they couldn't identify, old-style Morse code pre-20th century. When decoded, it spelled out a single word, Octavius. No ship was near. And as recently as 2003, a Canadian Coast Guard pilot spotted what he described as a derelict tall ship, sails torn, drifting north of Baffin Bay. He turned to investigate, but within minutes, it had vanished from radar. No shipwreck was found. No logs filed. Just another whisper. Now, why does this story stick? Maybe because it sits at the perfect intersection of tragedy and myth. A ship frozen in time, lost not just to nature, but to our own obsession with conquest. The Northwest Passage was a dream, a shortcut through ice and death. And the Octavius was the price. But some believe there's more. They point to the precision of the preservation, the unnatural cold, the fact that the crew appeared to have died without panic, almost like they'd simply stopped, like time itself had paused, like the Octavius wasn't just caught in ice, but in something else, a loso loop, a turn, trap. Some even suggest the ship became unstuck in time, that it reappears in our world only occasionally when conditions align, that it's not just a ghost, but a relic from a moment that keeps repeating itself, adrift, eternal. There are whispers of similar stories. The Jenny, found in the Antarctic in 1840, crew frozen journal, dated years prior. The young teaser, said to reappear in flames every June off Nova Scotia. These stories, all scattered, all isolated, all echoing the same impossible theme. A vessel that refuses to rest. So what if the Octavius is still out there, still sailing the ice, still carrying her silent crew across the Arctic night, waiting to be seen again? Some modern researchers have attempted to find her. Submersibles, satellite tracking. But the Arctic doesn't give up its secrets easily. And the North remembers. You don't need GPS to feel her presence. Just the sound of distant ice cracking, or the flash of wood in the fog, or the low groan of timbers flexing under impossible cold. And if you do spot her black hull gleaming sails in tatters, no crew visible on deck, turn away. Don't board her. Don't follow. Because time may have forgotten the, Octavius, but she hasn't forgotten you. It begins with a light, flickering just above the waterline off the coast of Eilean Moor, one of the remote wind-battered Flannon Isles of Scotland. You're a sailor in 1900 passing by on a stormy December night. That beam of light from the Flannon Isles lighthouse. It's your guide, your guardian, a constant in the chaos of the sea. But tonight it's dark, the light is off, and something isn't right when the Hesperus, the relief vessel carrying supplies, and a replacement keeper arrives on December 26th. They expect a greeting, a wave from the shore, a routine handover, but no one's there. The lighthouse stands tall and silent. The flag isn't flying. No one comes down to the dock. Captain Harvey sends a signal flare. No response. He sends men ashore. They climb the steep, slippery steps up to the lighthouse door and find it locked. When they break in, they find food on the table. A chair knocked over. A clock stopped. One set of oilskins, the heavy waterproof coats worn by the keepers during storms, is still hanging by the door. But there's no one inside. The three lighthouse keepers, Thomas Marshall, James Ducat, and Donald MacArthur, are gone. Vanished. There's no sign of violence. No blood. No broken glass. Just absence. The logbook entries are strange, too. One of them writes about a violent storm battering the island for days. High winds. Angry seas. But the mainland reported fair weather during that period. Another entry mentions that one of the men, MacArthur, a seasoned, hard-nosed sailor, was crying. That's not the sort of thing you write lightly in a logbook. The final entry, storm ended, sea calm. God is over all. Dated December 15th. The next day, the light went out, and nothing has been heard from the men since. The official investigation ruled that the men were swept away by a rogue wave while securing equipment. A freak accident. Case closed. But ask anyone familiar with that lighthouse and the weather patterns around it, and they'll raise an eyebrow. You see, Island Moore has cliffs over 200 feet high, and while waves in the North Atlantic can get monstrous, it's rare for one to strike that height inland with enough force to sweep away 3 grown men. And even if it had, why were 2 sets of oilskins missing? And why did one man apparently leave the warm, protected safety of the lighthouse in just his shirt? It doesn't add up. Some believe the 3 men were taken by a rogue wave. Others say one of them, possibly MacArthur, had a breakdown, attacked the others, threw them into the sea, then jumped himself. But that feels too tidy, too convenient. There's a reason the Flannon Isles have a reputation. Long before the lighthouse was built in 1899, the islands were considered cursed. Local fishermen called them the 7 Hunters, a place where birds flew oddly and sheep refused to graze. No one lived there permanently, and those who did visit never stayed long. Strange lights were often reported dancing around the cliffs at night, footsteps heard where no one stood, a droning hum in the air even when the wind died. Some said the island was sacred, others said it was haunted, and when the lighthouse was constructed, drilled into ancient rock, something changed. Workers complained of bad dreams, tools going missing. One man swore he saw a face in the stone watching him work. He left the next day, never returned. Even after the tragedy, later keepers on the Flannon Isles reported oddities. Doors opening and closing on their own, whispers at night, birds slamming into the lantern glass, hundreds at a time. One story tells of a relief keeper who, upon arriving for a 2-week shift, immediately radioed to be taken off the island. His voice trembled. "It's not the wind," he said. "It's what's underneath it." But the most chilling part, the last entry in the logbook didn't match the handwriting of any of the 3 men. Experts compared it to previous logs. The style was unfamiliar, the ink slightly different. It was as if someone or something else had written it. And then there's the light. The Flannon Isles light was supposed to be automatic in emergencies, set to operate without human input if something went wrong. Yet after the disappearance, the lamp went dark for 5 days. No mechanical issue was ever found. It was as if someone had intentionally extinguished it. But why? And here's the strange echo across time: the Flannon Isles are not alone. Across the world, lighthouse disappearances echo like grim lullabies. The Alien Moor 3. Estam. The Solway Keeper in 1912, found dead at the base of a staircase, expression frozen in horror. The Cape Disappointment anomaly in 1956, where all three keepers were discovered missing, yet a meal had just been set out. These aren't one-offs. They're part of a pattern, a soft pattern, a quiet one. But it's there, and the ocean seems to be at the center of it. One theory proposes that these remote locations, all perched on the edge of civilization, sit atop what ancient cultures referred to as thin places. Places where the barrier between this world and something else wears thin. Where time stutters. Where presence shifts. And if the sea is the veil, maybe these lighthouses are the candles burning too close to it. And maybe sometimes the veil pushes back. So what happened to the men of the Flannon Isles? Were they taken by the sea, by madness, or by something else entirely? Something older, deeper, and still watching from beneath the waves. To this day, the lighthouse stands, now automated. No human lives there anymore, but local fishermen still refuse to anchor near the shore. And when storms come, some say they see movement in the lantern room. Figures pacing, though no one should be inside. So, if you're ever passing the Flannon Isles at dusk, and the light flickers unexpectedly, once, twice, then goes out, don't stop. Don't investigate, because you already know the answer. And it's still out there, waiting. You sail into the Sargasso Sea, and something feels wrong. There's no storm, no waves, just silence. Thick humming silence. The water glows faintly green beneath your hull, carpeted in endless mats of floating seaweed. The sky is clear. The air is still. But your compass is spinning. Your radio crackles with static. And deep in your stomach, something twists, not from seasickness, but from instinct. Because this isn't just open ocean. This is the Cyclops Sea that traps you. The Sargasso Sea is a paradox. A sea with no shores, no land boundaries. It drifts in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, held in place not by coasts, but by the currents that swirl around it, gyres of warm water that rotate like a lazy spiral. It's calm, it's beautiful, and it's been swallowing ships for centuries. Even the earliest sailors feared it. Christopher Columbus wrote about strange patches of ocean where the wind died and his ships stalled motionless for days. His men grew uneasy. Their compasses became unreliable. They saw lights in the distance, heard voices over the water, and always, always that seaweed, sargassum, endless mats of golden brown algae that look harmless, but somehow seem organized. It doesn't just float, it moves, changes direction, forms shapes, lines, corridors. Some sailors claim to have watched it form spirals, as if following a pattern only it could sense. Modern scientists dismiss the stories. They say the Sargasso Sea is rich in life, home to eels, turtles, and plankton blooms. that it's biologically unique, that there's nothing to fear. But they don't talk about the disappearances because they're not just myths. One of the earliest documented vanishing acts took place in 1840 when the French ship Rosalie was found adrift in the Sargasso. Sails torn, hull undamaged, cargo intact, but no crew, not a single soul aboard, no blood, no sign of struggle. The ship was simply empty. A few journals remained in the captain's quarters. Most of the final pages were mundane. Weather reports, navigation notes, and then silence. Half a sentence left unfinished, as if the writer had looked up and never looked back down. Other ghost ships followed. The Seabird in 1750, the James B. Chester in 1855, all found floating within or near the Sargasso Sea, all intact, all empty, some with dinner still on the table, others with sails neatly tied. In one case, the ship's dog was still alive, barking at nothing. Pacing the deck, eyes fixed on a part of the sky where nothing could be seen. And that's just the start. The U.S. Navy has reported anomalous sonar returns in the region, shapes that appear beneath the ships, then vanish. No solid mass, no consistent signature, just movement. Some blame methane, seeps others natural magnetic disturbances. But the sensors don't lie. Pilots passing overhead report sudden static over their radios. Instruments reset. In 1971, a commercial flight from Lisbon to Miami briefly disappeared from radar while crossing over the region. No distress, no deviation, just gone for 6 minutes. When it reappeared, the pilots were confused, insisting only seconds had passed. The airline wrote it off as a radar echo delay. Passengers later described a bright blue light pulsing through the cabin. It wasn't lightning. And then there's the story of the Cymric. In 1910, this British steamer vanished in the Sargasso Sea. No distress signal, no debris, just never arrived at port. A decade later, a sailor from Bermuda claimed to have seen her drifting near the weed line. He approached. No movement on deck, just the sound of something ticking. Ticking! He turned away, and no one ever saw the Cymric again. Now let's talk about the eels. Yes, eels. The European and American eel populations, for reasons science still cannot fully explain, are born in the Sargasso Sea. That's right. Every single eel in Europe and North America swims thousands of miles to return here and spawn. They've done this for millions of years. No one has ever witnessed them do it. We've never captured their spawning grounds on film. Not once. We just know they disappear here. And that baby eels called leptocephaly somehow drift back home. This is real. This is documented, and no one knows how it works. It's as if the sea calls them back. And then there's the electromagnetic field. Some scientists believe the Sargasso Sea sits atop a mild anomaly, a place where the Earth's magnetic field thins or wobbles slightly. Instruments fail. Compasses drift. Migratory animals behave erratically. Birds circle for hours, unable to find north. Whales pass through only to beach themselves days later. One researcher from a European university even claimed to detect a pulse, an ultra-low frequency hum, coming from the center of the Sargasso, regular, timed, like sonar. But from what? There's no mountain range there, no trench, no fault line, just silt, sand, and secrets. And here's where the theories start to swirl. One says there's an ancient structure beneath the Sargasso mats, a city swallowed by the sea in the last ice age. The tip of a pyramid once peaked above the waves, now buried under algae and time. The seaweed in this theory grows because of what's underneath. It feeds on the energy or protects it. Another theory says the Sargasso is a portal, a natural wormhole. That conditions in the water, salinity, magnetism, pressure, create a kind of soft spot in space-time. That ships and planes don't just vanish, you go somewhere. There's no evidence, of course, except for the things that come back. Fishermen tell of strange objects pulled up in nets metals that don't rust fish, with translucent skin, mechanical parts that don't fit any known machine. All confiscated, of course. Samples lost. Records deleted. One salvage crew once claimed to find a ship's bell engraved in a language no one could read, but styled in 18th century design. The ship it belonged to never identified. The bell was later stolen, or buried, or both. And still the sea breathes, that slow, living movement of weed and wave, quiet, patient, hungry. So, if you ever find yourself crossing the North Atlantic and the waters turn unnaturally calm and your compass begins to spin, just slightly, don't ignore it. Don't dismiss the silence, because the Sargasso Sea doesn't roar. It waits, and not everything that vanishes wants to be found. Picture yourself somewhere south of Okinawa. The water is sapphire blue, almost too perfect. The sky above you is cloudless, but far beneath your boat, deeper than light can reach, something unnatural stirs. Because you're now floating above what some call the Austetsenfo, in Atlantis. The locals just call it Yonaguni. In 1986, a Japanese diver named Kihachiro Aratake was searching for hammerhead sharks off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan's westernmost island. He wasn't looking for ruins. He was just after a good dive. But then through the hazy water, a massive stone structure emerged from the gloom. It looked wrong. Too angular. Too sharp. Too designed. At first, he thought it was a natural formation, but then the lines sharpened. Edges met at perfect right angles. Massive flat platforms led to staircases, actual staircases descending deeper into darkness. Carvings, worn but unmistakable, lined the edges. Aratake's surface stunned. What he had found would become one of the most controversial archaeological debates of the 20th century, the Mokini. Yonaguni Monument It lies about 25 meters below the surface, a massive tiered stone structure stretching over 150 meters long and 40 meters high. It resembles a stepped pyramid or ziggurat, complete with platforms, ramps, pillars, and what some call gates. One area, dubbed the stage, looks exactly like a ceremonial platform. Another contains a perfectly rectangular pit. Others contain what might be hallways, or maybe just eroded grooves. The Japanese government officially lists it as a natural formation. Many scientists agree. They say underwater currents and seismic activity sculpted the sandstone into these uncanny shapes. Nature, after all, loves patterns. The sea is a master carver, but others aren't so sure. Dr. Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist, has studied Yonaguni for decades. He believes it's man-made, or at least man-modified. He's found what he claims are tool marks, staircases too precise to be natural, and even stone tablets etched with symbols that don't match any known writing system. Kimura dates the monument to 10,000 years ago, at least $6,000 years older than the Egyptian pyramids. If true, that would rewrite everything we know about human civilization. But wait, it gets stranger. Kimura and his team found several megalithic stones surrounding the main monument, huge blocks placed upright like standing stones. He believes they form constellations, perhaps a primitive star map. Divers have also found what might be roadways, archways, and other buildings in the vicinity, all swallowed by the sea. So, what happened? The prevailing theory is that Yonaguni, and possibly a larger city connected to it, was submerged during the end of the last ice age, when rising sea levels drowned coastal settlements across the world. At the time, sea levels were up to 130 meters lower than today. Entire cultures could have been erased, literally washed off the map. And here, in the dark waters near Japan, may lie their remains, or their warning, because ancient Japanese myths speak of a lost continent, Mo, a land of wisdom and power destroyed in a cataclysm of water and fire. Sounds familiar, right? Just like Atlantis. Just like the stories from India, South America, even Mesopotamia. Civilizations lost beneath the sea. Now here's the part that gives you chills. Sonar mapping around Yonaguni has revealed other unusual shapes, mounds, trenches, and what look like long linear walls stretching toward Taiwan. They're buried too deep for casual divers and too remote for regular research. Some speculate it's not just a single monument, but part of a vast, sunken complex. A city, maybe even a kingdom, drowned in a flood we've long forgotten. And if you listen closely, some whisper about something else. Signals, unexplained sonar pings recorded near Yonaguni, regular, rhythmic, but not from any known marine life or geological event. Not seismic activity. Not whale song. Just a repeating click hum, spaced every 42 seconds, and always coming from the same trench. Divers who descend near that trench sometimes report vertigo. Lights flicker on submersible feeds. compasses spin. One diver even claimed to hear voices, not words, just voices, chanting beneath the roar of his oxygen regulator. He aborted the dive and never returned. Critics laugh. They say it's all pareidolia. Humans seeing faces in clouds, temples in rocks. That people want to believe. That the mind creates patterns out of chaos, but patterns are real. So are monuments, and this one doesn't sit quietly. Storms seem to avoid Yonaguni in strange ways, splitting and curving around it at the last moment. Even GPS signals become inconsistent near the site. Not broken, just bent. The monument is silent, still, but it watches and it waits. The few who dive its depths speak of a deep, almost sacred stillness, as if the sea itself is holding its breath, as if the monument remembers when the land was dry, when humans walked its halls, when torches burned and chants echoed, and something older than language was being called down from the stars. A portal, perhaps, a temple, a warning. No one knows. And few want to push too hard. Funding for long-term research at Yonaguni is sparse. Permissions are hard to get. The Japanese government discourages speculation, and each year, new layers of algae and coral soften the lines, erasing evidence just as fast as it's found. But the monument is still there, still rising from the seabed like a sleeping god just out of reach. So if you ever go diving off the coast of Yonaguni, and the water suddenly feels too warm, and your compass flickers, and you feel like someone is watching you from 1,000 years ago, don't go deeper, because some ruins aren't meant to be explored. Some truths aren't meant to be uncovered. And some monuments, they're not ruins at all. They're warnings, and they're waiting for us to forget. Just long enough to open the door again. The ocean near Cuba is warm, shallow, and bright. You'd think it's the least likely place to hide a secret. The sun filters down through water, so clear it's like glass. Coral reefs bloom in vivid colors. Turtles drift lazily over the sand. Everything feels alive. But not everything down there is natural. In 2001, a sonar team scanning the seafloor off Cuba's western coast detected something strange, something big, grid-like shapes, massive, too symmetrical, too deliberate, structures that seemed to rise from the seafloor in geometric patterns, rectangles, triangles, intersecting lines. They were nearly 700 meters deep, too deep for a recent collapse, too structured to be dismissed. The team was led by Pauline Zalitsky and Paul Weinsweig, marine engineers, mapping the area for the Cuban government. They were looking for potential dive sites. What they found instead could rewrite history. Zalitsky's team used side-scan sonar to map the area. What came back looked like a lost city and feel underwater metropolis, complete with avenues, walls, and something resembling stepped pyramids, structures that spanned over 2 square kilometers. The sonar image looked like something out of an Indiana Jones fever dream. The media dubbed it Cuba's Atlantis. The story spread fast. Atlantis found ancient civilizations lost beneath the Caribbean, a motherlode of ancient mysteries, and then silence. The data wasn't debunked. It was just buried. The researchers stopped giving interviews. The site was quietly placed off limits to further exploration. Even the original sonar data became harder to find. No further dives, no detailed photos, just a smattering of blurry sonar stills and wild speculation. So what did they really find? Let's get specific. According to Zalitsky, the site included massive stone blocks, some over 3 meters wide, arranged in patterns that suggested intentional design, right angles, perfect corners, elevated platforms. In one area, a pyramid-like rise measured over 50 feet tall. Now here's the kicker. These structures sit at a depth of around 2,200 feet. For them to have been built above water sea levels would have needed to be significantly lower. How much lower? At least 400 feet lower than during the last ice age. Thorsen, which means if this really is a sunken city, it would date back at least 10,000 years. Maybe even 12,000. Let that sink in. That's long before the Egyptian pyramids, before Stonehenge, before the rise of Mesopotamia, before history. It would mean civilization, real structured building block. Civilization existed millennia before we thought it was possible. Mainstream archaeology dismisses this. No tools, no artifacts, no confirmed human presence that deep. Coral growth can sometimes mimic structure. Rock formations can trick sonar, but the patterns persist. And there's more. Satellite imagery of the region, specifically off the Guanahacabibes Peninsula, shows subtle disturbances in the water above the site. Not currents, not tides, just movement. Like the ocean breathes differently there. Warmer water wells up from below. Fish avoid the area. And then there's the local legend. The indigenous Taino people of Cuba spoke of a land that once existed to the west, a vast island that sank in a great cataclysm. They called it Maboya, the place of spirits, the drowned land. According to the myth, the gods pulled it beneath the waves as punishment for forgotten sins. Only the coral remembers. The Mayans told a similar story of a land called Aztlan, far to the east, swallowed by rising seas. Some historians connect this to the mythical Atlantis. Others believe it's a memory of something real. What if these weren't just myths? What if they were, Yorokos, our conscience, memories passed down through song and symbol, distorted over centuries, but rooted in real loss. And what if what lies off Cuba is the evidence? Further sonar studies attempted to return to the site in 2012. A Canadian team petitioned for permits. They were denied. Unclear reasons. Rumors swirled that the area was under quiet observation by U.S. naval intelligence. The Cuban government stopped responding to inquiries. Why? If it's just rocks, why the secrecy? One theory suggests the structures emit magnetic anomalies. Instruments begin to drift. Submersibles malfunction. One ROV lost contact for 14 minutes while surveying the site. When it returned, its internal clock had reset to 0. It logged no data for the missing time, just a blank stretch. Some even claim the site sits above a deep fault line or something deeper. An energy source, a vibration, one that calls to certain frequencies, that distorts light time and memory. Another theory, it wasn't built by humans, at least not the kind of humans we know. The sheer size and scale of the site suggests technology beyond simple chisels and manpower. Even if it was above water during the Ice Age, how did they move those stones, align those platforms, build something so massive, so perfect, and leave for no trace? Elsewhere, no ruins, no records, no tools, just silence. Or maybe the ocean isn't keeping the secret. Maybe we are. Some ancient astronaut theorists, yes, then believe the site is a landing platform, a base, not for spaceships, but for something older, a hub for deep-sea entities, not from space, from here. Entities who lived beneath the sea long before humans walked upright. But let's keep our fins on. The truth is, no one knows, because no one's been allowed to go back. A sonar image, a few interviews, and then the sea closed over it again. Maybe it's coral. Maybe it's Atlantis. Maybe it's something older than either. But the ocean remembers. And every now and then through sonar, through signal, through ripple, it tries to tell us. So if you're ever sailing off the Cuban coast, and your instruments stutter, and your depth sounder flattens out over a patch that should be empty, listen, the city beneath might be reaching up, not to grab you, but to remind you. I mind you that before history began, something else built foundations, and it's still waiting to finish the roof. The Arctic is quiet in a way that borders on supernatural. No birds, no trees, just wind snow and the creak of ice shifting slowly under its own weight. You're thousands of miles from anything resembling civilization. And yet, something out here once vanished an entire expedition. Not a single person, not a single ship. But it 2 full vessels and 129 men swallowed whole. This is the mystery of the Chatterprostisto Franklin expedition. the greatest maritime disappearance in polar history. In 1845, Sir John Franklin, a British Royal Navy officer, an experienced Arctic explorer, set out to navigate the last unnavigated section of the Northwest Passage. That fabled route linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Arctic ice. He had with him 2 ships, the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror. Both were state-of-the-art, reinforced for ice, outfitted with steam engines, stocked with 3 years' worth of supplies, books, instruments, even a library. And then they disappeared. The first winter came and went. No word. Then the second. Still nothing. By the 3rd year, Britain was panicking. Search parties were dispatched. Dozens. Then hundreds. But all they found were clues and more questions. A note recovered from King William Island in 1859, scribbled in the margin of an official expedition form, revealed this chilling fact: Franklin had died in 1847. The ships had been trapped in ice. The crew had abandoned them in April of 1848, and they were walking. Where to? Into the void. That note was the last message from the Franklin men. From there, the story unravels into frost-bitten whispers and forensic riddles. Graves were found on Beechy Island, 3 crewmen buried in perfect rows. Exhumations in the 1980s showed they had died from mastine, pneumonia, and lead poisoning. But the lead levels were off the charts. Some believe tainted tin cans caused it. Others suspect contaminated water pipes on board. Either way, their bodies were eerily well preserved in the permafrost skin-intact eyelashes, still clinging to their frozen cheeks. They looked like they had died yesterday. Other findings were darker. Scattered bones showed signs of macule, cut marks, knife scores along joints and marrow points. Forensic teams concluded reluctantly that cannibalism had occurred. Survivors of the trek, desperate, starved, maddened, had turned on the dead, or perhaps on each other. The Inuit of the region had stories. They spoke of ghost ships trapped in the ice, of pale men staggering across the tundra, clothes in tatters, eyes vacant. They found one man frozen upright against a rock rifle and hand-mouth open, as if trying to scream something that never came out. And the ships, they were gone, not wrecked, not burned, not broken apart, just missing. For over 160 years, the Erebus and Terror remained lost, until 2014. That year, the HMS Erebus was discovered remarkably intact, lying in shallow waters off King William Island. Her decks were largely undamaged. Tables still stood. Even the ship's bell remained polished, untouched by time. Then, in 2016, the Terror was found nearly perfectly preserved, at the bottom of a bay, far from where anyone expected. Her rigging windows, even drawers inside the captain's quarters, were still in place. It was as if she had been lowered into the sea, gently, like a toy boat, set down by a careful child. No ice damage, no hull breach, just silence. which raises an impossible question. How did the Terror get there? She was supposed to be locked in ice, abandoned. So who sailed her 80 miles south, and when? The logbooks, likely still intact in the ship's desk, are being studied now, but already the mystery has thickened. Sonar scans of the wreck show closed doors, sealed rooms, a condition not typical of abandoned vessels. It's as if someone secured the Terror before leaving, or maybe never left at all. Creepy, right? But it gets weirder. Inuit elders recall a tale of one ship alive, with lights sailing silently through the fog years after the expedition vanished. No sails, no crew visible, just drifting lit from within as if powered by some unseen energy. It passed the coast and vanished into the ice. A hallucination or something else. There's also the matter of Maj, a third camp, discovered in 2020 by archaeologists in a remote stretch of tundra. Artifacts there date from 849, a year after the men supposedly abandoned ship. Tools, empty cans, even a makeshift flagpole. The camp hadn't been there before. Satellite photos from as recent as 2005 show no disturbance. So who built it? And why did they die there, so far from the ships? Some suggest one or more survivors made it back to the ships, even after abandoning them, and tried to sail again. Others believe a splinter group broke away, hoping to reach a Hudson's Bay outpost, only to succumb to cold hunger and madness. But here's the part that doesn't fit neatly anywhere. Buried within Inuit oral tradition is the legend of the white ships and the sleeping men. A tale older than Franklin's expedition. They speak of vessels that breathe steam, carrying sun-eyed men who build fires underground and bury shining stones beneath the snow. And they always end with the same image: a man standing alone on the ice, surrounded by glowing orbs. Not torches, not fire. Light. A modern expedition in 2019 picked up unexplained thermal readings near the Terror wreck site. Pockets of warm water, too localized to be geological. No hydrothermal vent nearby. Just heat. Still unexplained. And inside, the Terror's brig sonar shows something strange. A shape larger than a man surrounded by rust, but not part of the ship. An object, possibly metallic, with edges too sharp for erosion. Could it be a device, a cargo, a reason? No one's retrieved it yet. So what really happened? Was it madness, poison, a failure of leadership? Or was the Franklin expedition something more than an exploration? Were they carrying something, testing something, or fleeing from something buried beneath the polar ice? Because here's the part they never tell you. Both ships had newly installed technology for the time steam engines, yes, but also experimental heating systems, never fully tested. systems capable of causing gas leaks, explosions, silent invisible death, or perhaps even attracting attention. So, if you ever find yourself walking the tundra of King William Island, and the sky turns white, and the wind stops, and you feel the crunch of snow under your boots shift into something hollow, listen closely. You might hear a bell ring, or a whisper in a language that died with its speaker, or the slow creak of wood under pressure. And if you turn and see a ship intact, gleaming with no one aboard, don't approach, because some vessels were never meant to return, and some mysteries are best left beneath the ice. Somewhere in the vast Pacific Ocean between Hawaii and California, there's a place where ships don't just vanish. They drift, engines dead, radio silent, crew gone, but everything else is perfectly normal. Meals left half-eaten, lights still flickering, navigation charts, open courses plotted, as if time simply stepped out of the room. This is the region sailors quietly call the Devil's Graveyard. To scientists, it's the Pacific Vortex, a loosely defined stretch of ocean near the 35th parallel, often compared to the Bermuda Triangle. But this one's bigger, deeper, and somehow quieter. The kind of place that doesn't scream for attention, but waits. It starts with the SS Ourang Medan. In 1947, this Dutch freighter sent out a single chilling message in Morse code. All officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead. Then came one final transmission. I die. A nearby ship, the Silver Star, raced to intercept. When they boarded the Ourang Medan, what they found was straight out of a nightmare. The crew was dead. All of them. Eyes wide open, faces frozen in terror, hands reaching out towards something unseen. The ship itself was undamaged. No signs of violence, no fire, no struggle, just corpses. Even the ship's dog was found teeth bared in a silent snarl. Then, as the rescue team attempted to tow the ship, Etmite exploded violently, breaking in two. It sank into the depths, taking every clue with it. No official cause was ever determined. Some blamed chemical cargo. Others speculated about poisonous gas. But no manifest survived. And the ship, it was never officially registered, almost as if it was never supposed to exist at all. And that's just the start. In 1955, a U.S. Navy weather reconnaissance plane vanished from radar in the same region. No distress call. No bad weather. Just gone. Search teams found nothing. No wreckage, no signal, no flares. One pilot flying through the area days later reported seeing something metallic beneath the surface of the water. Something big and moving. The radar picked up nothing. In 1963, the nuclear submarine USS Thresher was conducting deep-sea trials when it suddenly imploded. Officially, the cause was a failed pipe weld, but the wreckage told a stranger story. The hull was found in pieces, yes, but certain components showed signs of external crushing force, as if something had squeezed the vessel like a soda can. Even stranger, some of the wreckage was found outside the search radius, as if it had been moved post-destruction. By what? No one knows. Maritime experts refer to the Pacific vortex as a confluence zone, where warm and cold currents collide, where pressure changes rapidly, where seamounts rise like underwater mountains, unseen and unmapped. All of that is true, but it doesn't explain the radio interference or the sonar blackouts or the ships that return without their people. One such ship was the Manuia, a small freighter found adrift in 1981. When rescue teams boarded her, they found the entire crew missing. No sign of struggle. Personal belongings were still in place. The galley was fully stocked. The engine room was cold, but not damaged. The ship's log ended mid-sentence. The final words, "There's something out there. We can hear it." The handwriting was shaky. And here's the odd part. The Manuia was sailing with two other vessels, both of which never reported anything unusual. For them, the night was calm. So what made only one ship disappear? Some researchers believe the region sits atop a large submerged magnetic anomaly, a disturbance in the Earth's crust that messes with instruments, disrupts electrical systems, and possibly even distorts time perception. It's not science fiction. We know such anomalies exist. One off the coast of Japan has caused multiple navigation failures. Another in the Indian Ocean is so powerful it affects satellite readings. Could the Pacific vortex be the same or worse? Another theory posits that deep below the seafloor lies a hoary primordial rift, a wound in the Earth's tectonic plate that leaks not lava but something else, a form of energy we haven't yet measured, one that affects consciousness, memory, and presence. Fringe researchers claim to have recorded infrasound pulses in the area, vibrations below the range of human hearing. These pulses were regular, rhythmic, and not geological. Some liken them to a heartbeat. Others say it sounds like a Yi language. And you begin to wonder, what if the ocean isn't just hiding wrecks? What if it's communicating? And then you find the photographs. A former U.S. Navy diver, retired anonymous, shared black and white images of what he claimed was a structure near the vortex's edge. Square-cut stone. Pillars half buried in silt. Something resembling an arch. The images were blurry, the location redacted, but the description matched other reports. Underwater buildings, cited by sonar teams, and then quickly dismissed as anomalies. Always dismissed, always forgotten. One of the diver's notes read, felt watched the entire dive. Pressure dropped suddenly. Lights flickered. Something moved at the edge of visibility, tall, slow, like it didn't care we were there. He left the Navy 6 months later, never dove again. The most chilling case, an SOS received in 2008, a cargo ship called the Ventura Star, radioed in distress. Unknown object surfaced, not ice, not whale, structure, metal. Then silence. The signal was picked up by 2 monitoring stations. A helicopter search found no wreckage. The ship was listed as lost at sea. A year later, a lifeboat was found on the beach of a small, uninhabited island 600 miles from the last known location. Inside were rations, a journal, and a single boot. The journal had only one entry. It wasn't just under us. It was wrote on Nesitom waiting. The rest of the pages were torn out. Some think the Pacific vortex is just another story, but ask the U.S. Coast Guard why they avoid the region during certain seasons. Ask the marine biologists why their transmitters stop working there. Ask the oceanographers why so much of that seafloor remains unmapped. They'll smile, they'll shrug, and they'll change the subject. So if you're ever sailing west of Hawaii and the sea suddenly goes calm, and your compass spins, and your engine hiccups just once, don't wait. Don't investigate. Turn back, because something in that silence is wakey. You're drifting in the South Pacific now, somewhere between New Zealand and South America. There are no islands in sight, no seagulls, no boats, no aircraft overhead. It's the largest stretch of open ocean on Earth, and it has a name that sounds almost peaceful. Point Nemo. It means no one in Latin, and it lives up to it. You're farther from land than anyone else on the planet. Literally. The closest humans are the astronauts aboard the International Space Station, floating 250 miles above you. But below you, that's the part no one talks about. Point Nemo isn't just remote, it's surrounded by mystery. Satellites show nothing unusual on the surface, just blue. So much blue, it almost feels unnatural. But deep below, something watches. It always has. In 1997, an ultra-low frequency sound was detected in the South Pacific. It was picked up by multiple sensors thousands of miles apart. The NOAA, America's Oceanographic Agency, gave it a name that sounds innocent, the bloop. But the sound wasn't innocent. It was deep, organic, rhythmic, and louder than anything biological ever recorded. It wasn't a machine. It wasn't an earthquake, and it came from near Point Nemo, Huo. Now this is where it gets unsettling. The bloop didn't repeat. Not exactly. But similar sounds were recorded in 1999, 2001, and again in 2005. Each fainter, each a little farther from the first, as if something had moved, and it's not alone. That region of the ocean within a 1,000-mile radius of Point Nemo is strangely active, considering it's supposed to be the quietest part of the sea. There are sonar echoes, faint pulses, unexplained electromagnetic disturbances. One research vessel in 2003 reported distorted compass readings for over 48 hours while drifting near Point Nemo. When they pulled in their nets, they found nothing, not even plankton. The sea was sterile, Einsker, completely devoid of life. That shouldn't be possible, but then again, nothing about Point Nemo is. This area is used as a kind of space graveyard. NASA and other space agencies deorbit defunct satellites and crash them here. It's considered safe, no population, no disruption. Over 200 spacecraft have burned up and dropped into the ocean above this point. All that twisted metal, all those charred machines, all those black boxes and signal transmitters sinking silently into the deep. No one's ever retrieved them. And maybe that's the point. Maybe something wants them. Now here's the deeper cut. In 2016, a Russian submarine conducting a classified deep-sea scan near the region reported an unidentified sonar contact. At first, it was written off as a whale pod, but the shape was wrong. Too large, moving too fast. It descended rapidly thousands of feet in under 2 minutes and then hovered. Nothing should be able to do that. When the submarine attempted to approach, all internal systems glitched simultaneously. Screens flickered, lights dimmed. The crew reported headaches, nausea, and most disturbingly, a sharp, high-pitched tone in their ears. It lasted exactly 43 seconds, and then it was gone. Back on the surface, the crew couldn't remember that period clearly. They described it as missing time. The logs were corrupted. Even the backup drives had no record of that hour. One technician drew a symbol in his debrief, a spiral, inward, tight, endless. He couldn't explain why. Now, fringe theorists believe Point Nemo is more than a graveyard. They believe it's a beacon, a place where the veil between worlds is thinner, not in a magical way, but in a structural one. The Earth's crust is weakest here, the mantle closest, the pressure enormous, and whatever lies beneath might not be from here at all. They speak of structures, not made of stone or steel, but of something older, something like coral but grown in perfect hexagons, something alive, something sleeping. One leaked report from a Chilean seismic station describes the presence of symmetrical subsurface voids, cavities too precise to be natural, aligned in a pattern stretching for miles, a grid, possibly a dome, possibly a containment. We've never drilled there. We've never dropped cameras that deep, and maybe that's deliberate. Because the few probes that have been attempted, they don't come back. In 2011, an autonomous submersible named Orpheus was deployed to map the trench floor near Point Nemo. It sent back beautiful footage for the first 4 hours. Craggy outcroppings, pale fish, volcanic vents, then static. For a moment, it returned. The camera tilted and caught an image. It was faint, distorted, grainy, but unmistakable. A shape moving in the distance, not swimming, crawling, massive, with legs. The footage ended with a burst of light, and then nothing. The sub was never recovered, but the last image, it looked like an So, why does no one talk about this? Because Point Nemo is inconvenient. It sits outside of borders. No one owns it. No one polices it. And so, it's ignored, dismissed, made into a curiosity. But it's not empty. Something lives there. Maybe it's always been there. Some believe the bloop wasn't a message. It was a snore. The exhale of something old and dreaming beneath the waves. And every satellite we drop on top of it, every engine, every burned hull, every crashed probe, a little more weight, a little more pressure, until one day it wakes up. So if you ever find yourself alone at sea and your coordinates read something close to 48.52.6, your 3.6 W, turn around, because you're at the furthest point from humanity and possibly the potentiosikas closest SNA. Point to something else. So here you are at the edge of consciousness, gently pulled through 25 stories of seabound strangeness. You've drifted across silent Arctic wrecks, through whispering coral reefs, and past lighthouses that still flash long after their keepers are gone. You've floated over drowned cities, heard sonar pulses in the dark, and watched ghost ships flicker like mirages on the horizon. The ocean is not empty. It never was. It breathes, remembers, and sometimes responds. The patterns don't lie. Across centuries and hemispheres, across myths and ship logs and half-lost radio transmissions, The same details emerge: footsteps where there should be none, lights where no power runs, echoes of languages no one speaks anymore, time skipping like a stone across still water. You begin to realize we haven't been exploring the ocean. We've been tiptoeing through someone else's house. And maybe it's better that way. Maybe we should leave the wrecks alone. Let the towers beneath the waves stay buried. Let the whispers go unanswered. Because the deeper you go, the louder the silence gets. The stranger the patterns become. You were never supposed to hear them. You were never supposed to know ensign, but now you do. So breathe slow. Let the fog settle. Let the sea take back the weight of what it told you tonight. The waves will still be there in the morning. And if you dream of sonar and staircases and black ships sliding beneath ice, that's fine. Just don't go looking. Some maps were meant to stay unfinished. Some doors were meant to stay closed. And some stories, they were only meant to be whispered in the dark.